Well, I can save my pipes a little bit today. No game last night, so I don't have to do the guttural scream, but we are here this morning. We are breathing. We are smooth. It's Ben and Woods 97.3, The Fan.
Hey, I've heard that quote before.
That is one Jackson Merrill said, I'm here. I'm breathing.
Hi, this is Jackson Merrill.
I'm here. I'm breathing. I'm smooth. I loved it. I'm putting that on a shirt for sure. He was talking about getting his new deal. You know, and we will talk a little bit more about the Jackson Merrill deal today, certainly. But welcome in on a Friday, as we call them here on the Ben and Woods program. Crisis, almost had a crisis this morning. Holy crap.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Thank God. Thank God the weekend is here. I'm Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl, the executive producer of the program. Good morning, Paulie.
Hey, how are you?
Doing great. And old crisis manager himself, Ben Higgins, over to my left. Good Lord, you okay?
It's not how I like to start my day.
I don't know that I've ever seen you that flustered.
You know me. I like to go in a very relaxed and calm manner to start the show.
Right.
Here, I'm usually quiet for 20 minutes or so, and then get some energy up and get started. But of course, like most companies now, Odyssey requires you to every, 3 months change.
3 days, I think.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
Change your login password.
Right.
And I got the notification a few days ago, 6 days until you need to change, 5 days until 4 days. And I thought, okay, yesterday I'm going to do it so I don't have to try to remember over the weekend. Friday's the worst day to change your password because then by Monday you're going to forget it. So I was smart about it. I'm going to change my password on Thursday. And then on Friday, I'll type it in and it'll kind of be reinforced. And then hopefully Monday, I'll remember it. But I've had a lot going on this week. And after like 4 or 5 tries this morning, I could not remember.
Locked out.
The new password. So fortunately, Mike is here early enough. Our engineer was able to do the whole reset. And I was able to type in the new password with like 1 minute to go in the show. But now I do feel somewhat flustered. And, it's just technology today.
Well, the good news is our company told us it was every 6 months you had to change your password, and it could not be one of the 9 previous passwords that you had used, and it had to have this amount of information. It was a lot. So they changed it so that you only have to change it one more time.
Yep.
And then you're done forever.
We're done forever.
Until it appears on some sort of password.
The dark web.
Dump on the dark web. And if you're really doing computer security correct, because, I have 2 jobs where I have to take computer security online training like 3 times a year. So I know this quite well. If you're doing it correctly, you're really not supposed to use the same password for any of your websites, any of your logins, and you're not supposed to write them down anywhere. If I go through my phone, I must have 100 passwords.
Yeah.
If I was really doing it right, none of them should be the same and none of them should be written down. There's absolutely no way we could remember every password we're supposed to have. So of course we just keep reusing the same one.
Yeah, Ben and Woods 69.
Which is not obviously
Ben and Woods 69 exclamation mark.
Ben and Woods 69 420.
Safe, good security.
Ben _ Woods _ 69.
Delilah 69 explicit 44.
Hey there, Delilah. Hey there, Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah 99.
Because they wanted this supposed final changing of your password. It was supposed to be a passphrase, not like a sentence, essentially.
Right.
Short sentence rather than just, Bo and Taylor 2022.
Shut up, dude. God dang, bro.
Sorry.
Holy, shut up.
I thought you changed it.
That's a bad password, Woods. You should never name the password what your kids' names are.
Here's the thing, though. I always, 1,000%, with a work deal, I put it into my notes every single time. I say work.
Which you shouldn't do.
I do it because I don't want the freak out.
I know.
Before the show, and that
I have the same. I have my passwords all put somewhere where I can change them, edit them as I go. And I know that if and when my phone ever gets part of some hack or whatever, I'm completely screwed. But I'm already screwed at that point.
Yeah, you're already screwed.
What's the note called where you keep your passwords?
Says notes, work, : password.
See, there you should name it something else.
I don't care. I don't go. What are they going to do?
Tax
grocery-
return information
grocery
2016.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Someone hacked into my phone and they got my work password, and now they know the latest Eco Water copy. Oh, no. Are you going to find my Eco Water copy for the next quarter? What are you going to find in my work computer? Nothing. Literally nothing. Here's what you'd find.
Caitlin, Taint 69.
Here's what you'd find in my work computer. About 4 dozen emails from the San Diego Padres that have been retweeted from Adam that says, did you see this? Here, just in case you didn't see this. Here's this one in case you missed it. What are you going to get in my work computer? Nothing.
What's funny, and especially on the preview page of your email where it shows you like the first sentence.
Yeah.
It used to say from the San Diego Padres announced
Jackson
Merrill
Merrill
contract extension. Now, when Adam forwards it to all of us on the staff and says, see below, for, like, in case we missed,
We're
the
already on
Jackson
it.
Merrill news.
I'm on the
Now it just
distribution
says
list.
Adam,
Adam.
and then it says see below. So I don't remember what the email is.
Correct.
And now it's gone. It's gone forever.
He is the reiteration bit is my number one. It's my arch nemesis with Adam. It's the just making sure you saw this. Yeah, I saw it when the Padres sent it to me and I read it. And now I got to go in and do a deep dive every time I want to find an email if I need to reference something. I have to go through 1,000 Adam Klug emails. You don't need to reiterate it to me. I've already got it.
We're on the same email list.
I'm on the same
as
list.
SDFC's media list,
Right.
and San Diego State and the Padres. Like, we get all of those emails.
Makes me nuts.
See, this is the fear. Ray says my wife's Subway account, like the sandwich shop, got
Right.
hacked, and she didn't realize someone in Texas was buying a 6-inch every other day for 2 months.
Wait, on
How do they do that?
like on what? On the credit?
No, I mean, you attach. You don't. I mean, I attach like a credit card into my account so I can just buy it easily with
To
one
your
click.
Subway account?
Well, with whatever my account is, Board and Brew, Jersey
Really?
Mike's, absolutely. And so that information, if I'm logged in, all I have to do is click, repeat order, and pick up at 12:15, and it's done, and it's all in there. But that means if
Don't they
someone
have
else
to have
got
like
into
your
my
Face
account,
ID to do the payment?
once the password's in, no, I don't think you have to do that on most accounts. You certainly don't on the sandwich.
Imagine
ones.
Ray is like, what? How much Subway are you eating? Like how? Like literally, have I told you
Another
guys?
meetball marinara sub.
Have I
for
told
the
you guys
fourth time this week?
Have I told you guys the story?
Cold cut combo again.
We were in college, and you're in college, you're broke and whatever. And I worked at a bar, and one of our traditions was I'd finish up at the bar, and I'd go back to my apartment, and there was this guy. He was drafted. He was recruited to play football at Notre Dame. He broke his neck, and so he never played. He's one of the most handsome, sharp dudes you've ever seen. He had a Chevron card. Was his only credit card. Like I don't even think he had a debit card, but he had a Chevron card. His parents gave him when he went off to school. So this dude would be like, "Hey, you guys got any weed? Let's go to your house." There was a Blimpie subs attached to the Chevron.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, so it was attached to the Chevron. He would go get sandwiches for everybody. So we would go to my house after, and everyone would smoke and watch Friday or whatever. And his he called and played us a voicemail from his dad one day. He's like, "Damien, it's your dad. You're not answering because you're probably at Blimpie. I just got like a $2,000. What are you? How much gas and Blimpie are you buying on a monthly basis?" So good. Dude.
Oh, man.
He literally showed up with like bags full of meatball subs and like cold cut sandwiches and like, "Hey, it's on me. Let me hit that bong or whatever." Oh my
Dude, I'm looking in our chat. Donnie says that's what happened to my 7-Eleven account. Someone was getting silver bullets in Corona. This person says somebody hacked into my Domino's Pizza app or account, and they spent $300 on pizza in Wisconsin.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
That's why you have to have 100 different unique passwords
But I
for
swear,
every account you have.
like I have Apple, iPhone, and anytime I try to buy something, even if it's like Jersey Mike's and I'm 15 minutes away and I order a pickup,
Yeah.
I have to like double tap. It's
Yeah, you
Apple
double
Pay.
tap.
I have to show my face.
Yes.
You can't just pay for it out
That's
of
weird.
my checking or my debit card. or
I
anything
do
like
that when I pay with Apple Pay, which I do sometimes, but other times I just have, like with the Toast tab or whatever, there's just a credit card attached to
Attached.
my account, and all I have to do is click confirm, and then it's done. There's no
Interesting.
Yeah, I
no
do Apple
Face
Pay
ID.
anytime I can.
I have is it weird that I you know how we talked months ago about how sometimes, because I think we all agreed that we do this. We do risk assessment when we walk somewhere.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When walking around, you look, you're like, is there a
Like your
sniper or something? Yeah,
agents,
CIA. Yeah, you
like,
just have
walking
that.
around, yeah.
You have that thing, and you're like, okay, everything looks good. I don't see any. There's no suspicious packages or bags laying
Not
in the.
walking into like the death box, where I'm going to be ambushed by
Ambushed,
people.
right? Yeah, I give it a good look.
The kill
we,
box.
we laugh like when you're at a movie theater or on an airplane,
Oh, but
and they tell you where the exits are
you
and all
plan
that. But
ahead.
I absolutely, when I walk into
Ever
a space,
since
I'm like, all right.
Colorado, the movie theater thing. Yeah, you always look
Yeah.
at exits for the movie theater.
So the other thing that I will do, this is probably one of the weirdest things about me. I always plan. What if something happens to me and I lose everything and I have no home? Where would I live?
Ooh.
Is that a good place? Where would I eat? And you know what? Every time I go to Jersey Mike's, you know what I think about? I think about if I was starving, I would just walk into Jersey Mike's at noon and just, you know how the Uber driver, they just walk back and they're on that big shelf
Yeah,
and they just
just
grab
one.
bags.
Yeah.
And I go, I wonder how many times, and I'm not a thief or anything. I would never do it now, but I think if I was really in dire straits, what would be the restaurants I went to that I could catch some free food? And I love it. Jersey Mike's my favorite place, but I always think, hey man, that place is ripe for so if we want to get a heist together, I think we could probably knock off like at least 6-7 sandwiches before getting caught.
I've got to imagine. Clearly that happens, and it's a problem, I'm sure, for businesses. But once it happens like once or twice, they all have security cameras. They're going to see you. They're going to identify
they'll get you,
and then if
and
you
they'll
come
post
back,
your picture.
You're done. So it's you can
If
get away
only
with it
if
once.
only there was another Jersey Mike's location.
That's true.
Watch me starving, going in and grabbing like one sub, and it's like a veggie sub. It's like the last thing I wanted. It's loaded. It's got pickles and all the crap on it that I don't want. And I'm like, ugh.
Extra mayo.
Extra mayo, right? Like, I don't know, man.
Veggie sub,
I
extra
do
mayo.
I do that weird. I do
Avocado.
that weird thing where I'm like, if Hannah kicked me out of the house, I had nothing. I didn't have $1 to my name. Where could I sleep? Where could I eat? Where could I shower? It's very strange. I guess it's good. I'm planning ahead.
Frijoles says Little Caesars will give you free pizza if you're homeless.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's nice of them.
Nice. Is that a corporate policy or
Oh,
just?
that's nice of them. Though.
I mean, is it just when they're hot and ready, and people don't come and buy the pizza?
Yeah, maybe
and
it's at
just
the end
gonna
of the
go
night.
bad. So it's like, all right, well, we'll just give it away. I went to lunch yesterday earlier this week at a bagel. I had a bagel sandwich.
Yeah,
it was good.
yummy.
They also had donuts, and it was near the end. She said, "Would you like a free donut?"
What?
Because they're just gonna get rid of them at the end of the day anyway. So that was nice.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I know.
It's like the last thing you need after
It's
sucking
true.
down a bagel
That
sandwich
is
is an extra donut.
I politely said, yes, absolutely. I would like a donut.
Yes, I will take one. Yeah, Jocelyn, the Y Encinitas for showers. Don't think I'm not a member. I'm a member of 14 gyms around town. If there's a gym nearby, I'm probably a member of it. So, no, I think about that stuff all the time, man. It's very, very weird. I did couch surf. I have couch surfed in my life, certainly, but I don't, at 50 years old, I doubt very much. Hey, bro, I'm too prideful. I think I would rather sleep in a park than be like, hey, man, can I crash on your couch? I just don't have it in me. So I'd sleep in my car before I'd ask either one of you guys to sleep at your.
It's sad that we're almost 50 years old and we still think about, like, what would we do?
What would happen?
We had nothing.
I know.
We'll get a tent and live on the freeway island.
Right.
Like some people do. I don't
You
feel like I
sleeping
could do
on
that.
Ben's couch, though, would at least be convenient.
It'd be
You guys
really
could carpool
convenient.
That's
together.
true.
Yeah. And now you're getting home earlier. I could have dinner ready for you when you got home. It'd be great. Actually, he would like it. Hannah says, everybody agreed not to host Steven if I kick him out. Yeah, I'm sure they would, actually. Ben would let me sleep on his couch, but I don't think I could do it. I would be like, no, I'm fine.
My
fine.
couch is not good for sleeping. It's one of those sectionals, and it like splits apart, and then you fall through the cracks in the middle of the night. It's the worst to fall asleep on that couch.
Brandon, thank you. He said, I've always got a place to stay under his roof. Mi casa es su casa. Thank you very much, man. Well, happy Friday to you guys. Great to be here with you. We have we have some Padres related things to talk about today. Certainly. We got our pal in season Sammy joining us later. Padres taking on the Cubs tonight. I don't know. I haven't done the weather update yet. Don't know how it looks. Probably
By
not
tonight.
great.
You mean in 5
hours? Yeah, it's actually a day game today. So yeah, we got to figure that out, how that's going to look, and we'll have some fun. It's obviously going to be a loose
42 degrees and chance of rain.
Woo! Baseball weather.
I think it's going to rain. It looks like later today. I think
They'll get it in.
Okay.
Get the freezing game in before it rains. So Jesse Aguilar posting a picture. He actually went to the beach yesterday.
Jesse did.
The Lake Michigan
Beach. Yeah,
it's at 48 degrees.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Did not look San Diego pleasant at all. I had a fun roundtable yesterday to start the year. Good job by both of you. Thank you for making it easy on me as we hosted. Hope all the tier ones stuck around for the roundtable and enjoyed that.
Oh, real quick. Happy birthday to one of our most beloved tier ones, Diesel. Happy birthday, buddy.
Diesel was in
Diesel.
the gold member stream that we had last night. And thanks to all the tier ones who are gold members who joined us last night for our monthly member stream, which was a couple of days late. That was actually our March member stream. So you haven't missed the April one yet if you want to join as a tier 1 gold
said
member.
A bad word last
he
night.
did. It was awesome.
It's only for the stream.
It was great.
The 2,
It's
actually.
uncensored. I just remember the one.
One in Spanish, too.
Oh, that's true. One in
yeah.
Spanish.
Some requests from the
from
the gold members.
That's true.
All right, we will get going. Kelly's got traffic, see how things are looking out there on a Friday morning, San Diego. And then we're back to set the menu and more with Ben and Woods on a Friday on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place. Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort.
Really interesting nugget buried in, I don't want to say buried, but in Kevin Acey's daily newsletter yesterday morning.
I'd say so.
Didn't talk about on the show or the roundtable, but worth some discussion, and we're going to get into it here at the bottom of the hour. But the report is that the MLBPA, the Players Union, pushed back and tried to talk Jackson Merrill out of his contract extension. Thought the deal was too team friendly, and they don't like it when players sign contracts that are deemed to be too team friendly because they want to keep rising that tide and lifting all the boats. And Jackson Merrill signed it anyway over the recommendations of the Players Association. Really interesting, kind of spicy. I'm surprised it hasn't gotten even more attention so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how common this is. I feel like we're in a bit of
Don't either.
I feel like we're in a bit of a silo here. all we really really follow is what happens with the Padres. And I know that there have been players in recent years that have signed really team friendly deals. I mean, Ozzie Albies comes to mind as one where you go, whoa, man, like you're like maybe the best second baseman in baseball, and you're making like $6 million a year, something insane. And I know there was a big hubbub about it, but other than that, like I'm trying to think of the real team friendly deals that have been signed. And for Jackson, the good thing about Jackson, which is why it kind of bugged me that the Players Association stepped in, is that Jackson's going to be 29, 30 years old. He's got time for another mega deal. He's got time for another mega extension. 7 years into this one, Ben. You know what I mean? Like you can absolutely get back to the table in 7 years and go, you know what? Actually, I'm worth about double what you guys are paying me now. You also run the risk of him not being good at all. I mean, it absolutely happens as well. So there's risk involved. When this thing jumped out at me, I went, that's a good deal. Like this kid's going to be making $15 million a year with the potential to make more and more on the back end of the contract with incentives. And it didn't ruffle my feathers at all. I went, oh my God, we got to steal. I knew it was a good deal. I knew it was a good deal for both, though.
Well, we will talk about the report, at least, and quotes from Scott Boras as well that Kevin Acee was able to get coming up at the bottom of the hour. We have some more Padres news and notes. Nice off day for the Padres. We'll get you an update on what went on in Chicago yesterday and some moves by the Padres as well involving the 40-man roster. So we'll get to all of that and look ahead to today's game against the Chicago Cubs. Later on, we'll be joined by in-season Sammy on a Friar Friday. If you missed it yesterday, normally we'll have the skipper Mike Schilt joining us at least every other week on Friar Fridays or a management report guest. But because of the early game, Mike joined us yesterday from the start of his off day in Chicago. So we had that for you yesterday, but we will have in-season Sammy joining us at 8:35, and we'll have all of our regular features, including Don't Do This, the final Take on Woods of the week, and it'll be your last chance to qualify for the big Las Vegas concert, the When We Were Young Festival. We had the one winner yesterday, Kyle, I believe it was, for our Real or Fake game, but you can join him and make it a 50-50 drawing for those Las Vegas tickets if you can beat or tie Woods coming up at 8:20 and Take on Woods. We'll have our Reindl Report, and guess what, guys? Lucky us. We actually have an extra 15 to 20 minutes of the show today.
Yes.
So we can get you to Sammy's pregame show at 10:20 this morning as the Padres get ready to take on the Cubs at Wrigley Field.
Which is great because we had so much to get to today that I think we just needed that extra 15 minutes.
Well, after the 4-hour show and then the hour-long Padres roundtable yesterday, I left here going, God, I'm still bursting at the seams like a hot dog.
We went long on Wednesday?
Yeah, filled with information. There's so much more to get to. So
no game.
I'm elated.
No grap up in our next
grap
segment.
up.
So Paulie and I had the private discussion after the roundtable. You were gone, and we said, well, why don't we? I know we don't play back the whole roundtable on our show. They do on the Gwynn and Chris in the afternoon for people who missed it in the morning at 5:00. But I said, why don't we just bring back like a nice 10 to 15 minute chunk that I thought was good from the roundtable from yesterday. And Paulie and I went to the trouble of actually picking it and clipping it and getting it ready to play perhaps this morning in our 6:35 segment. But we both knew it would be subject to one Stephen Woods, and his veto power was executed this morning. So we're not going to be replaying the roundtable.
4th and 3, and you guys want to punt. We're trying to win a Super Bowl here.
Well, are we at the opponent's 45-yard line, or are we deep backed up in our own territory?
No,
this
we're
morning?
at the opponent's 45-yard line. Now we're on the opponent's 30-yard line, and here comes Ray Guy in to punt. Absolutely not. We are better than that.
Always looking out for you, the tier one.
We are better than
Paul
that.
and I are looking more out for us.
I get it.
Hosts.
I love that you had to have it privately as well. When you have to have a private conversation, that means you know you're wrong.
That's only because you left about 5 seconds after the roundtable.
As I'm supposed to. I was allowed to leave after the roundtable.
You had your workout.
I had my workout. I had to drive down to PB to go drive to a torture chamber. And yeah. But you could have texted me, hey, what do you think about this idea? Because you know what I would have said. I would have said absolutely
no.
not.
We knew we were talking to you last night.
Now, I will say, I did think when you reminded me, oh, no, we got the extra 20 minutes. I got no problem replaying Schulte at 10:01 or 10:04 either. But no, I think a fresh show is warranted for our tier ones on a Friday.
And then that's what you're going to get.
Yeah,
that's
buddy.
what Woodsy wants. That's what you're going to get. And we will have it for you and talk about the Jackson Merrill blowback on the contract extension and more coming up. This segment of Ben and Woods is brought to you by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent. Today, don't go away. It's Friday morning. It's Ben and Woods. Stick around. We continue next year on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. First, Woods and I want to tell you about trustandwill.com. Neither of us, approaching 50 years old, had a will. Over the holidays, someone said, hey, you want to look into this company and see if it might work for you? I said, we probably should.
Yeah.
You're right. And
we did.
And it was really, really simple. We both went online, filled out, answered some questions, took 15, 20 minutes, really tops. And then they ship you your estate documents. And then you have a plan laid out in place. Should something, hopefully nothing happens for many, many, many years, but should something happen, you've got the documents in place.
Yeah, avoid probate and get a trust. There's no reason not to get it done. It takes about 20 minutes, like Benny said. All the directions you need right there. They really walk you through it, which, listen, people like me need, and honestly, even being walked through things, I still screw things up. This one was pretty foolproof for me, though. So go to trustandwill.com. Use the code FAN, F-A-N, when you check out. You'll get 20% off.
How about this one? We never talk about it. A business succession plan. Your life's work, your business, you can ensure your employees and loved ones cared for. Your business continues smoothly after you're gone. You can take care of all of it. Just go to trustandwill.com. That's trustandwill.com.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Which I would generally say I'm one who downplays things a little bit. Don't worry about it so much. It's probably not a big deal. No, it's not that big of a story, which is weird for someone in journalism. But I do think that we tend in this business to try to sensationalize too many things and, trying to be responsible here and not, panic everybody or make a big deal about something that really isn't that big of a deal, which is why I'm a little surprised that this nugget from Kevin Acey's newsletter yesterday has not received as much attention as I would have imagined. He mentioned that the $135 million contract extension, which will likely end up being worth more, but that's what is guaranteed for Jackson Merrill, that there were noise around that, that suggested Jackson not sign such a team-friendly deal. Quote, that attempt at persuasion included the MLB Players Association stepping in and attempting to sway Merrill to not sign the 9-year deal. Merrill signed it anyway, and now it's done. I mean, I don't think you can unring the bell once it's signed. There's always consternation among agents in the union when a player signs a below-market deal. It's something of an ebbing tide lowers all ships thing. And then he went on and talked to Scott Boras, who, of course, negotiated Juan Soto's deal over the winter with the New York Mets, 15 years, $765 million. Scott Boras had a different take on it slightly. He said where Jackson Merrill messed up essentially wasn't in the contract terms of the numbers so much, and it was more that he didn't get a full no trade clause. Scott Boras's quote was, if a player signs a contract for team relationship purposes, the key provision is a full no trade. Without it, the likelihood of remaining with one team is highly improbable as the business of baseball supersedes all player preferences. Acey points out that Merrill did get a partial no trade. He cannot be traded to any team in the National or American League Central, but he can be traded to any team in the West or the East Coast in the deal.
He's just like us. Anywhere but the Midwest.
And
I want to
do
go.
not send me to Cincinnati.
I'm not going to
Cleveland.
No,
Cleveland.
Minnesota, no.
No.
I would want to send him to New York or Boston or
LA.
Yeah, I mean, Baltimore, where he's from, is certainly all
that's
fair
fantastic.
game for the Padres.
Yeah, and Dominic was saying in the chat, I guess Tony Gwynn Jr. spoke about this. And I guess Tony Gwynn Sr. would get phone calls from the Players Association when he would sign those hometown discounts. I've talked to Tony's agent. He's one of my best friend's dad. I've talked to him 100 times about Tony Gwynn and the way that he handled his business. And we all know the deal. Like Tony was like, no, this is where I'm playing. And we love Tony Gwynn for that 100%. I'm sure some of the players didn't like it, and that's okay. And every person has to live their own reality and live their own life. And if I've mentioned this before, I've told you about the trade with the Indians at the time, right? I mean, it was a done deal. Tony was going to the Indians. He was going to help them win a World Series. There was also a Yankees trade that was really, really close. And Tony said, I'm not doing it. And, of course, the agent's like, no, you go. And the team, the Padres are like, no, let us get 3 prospects, 4 prospects back. Free agent. You're a free agent. It's a rental. Come on back and we'll re-sign you. No, not doing it. Not doing it. I'm staying here. This is where I want to be. Who can begrudge a man that? If he has earned that right, to play where he wants to play, do what you want. I have no problem with it. And I think even if I was in the business, if I was a baseball player, I mean, who's mad about this? Some 19-year-old center field prospect for the Mariners, right? Like, or is he the one that's like, oh, great, now I'm only going to get $15 million a year? Like, who's really pissed about this?
Well, the argument is that Jackson Merrill is doing a disservice for, similarly situated players who are going to try to sign deals with their own teams, and they'll point to Jackson Merrill. Well, here's the going rate, so we'll offer you about the same, which is maybe less than they could get with their own team.
But it's also maybe more. You know what I'm saying? It's also maybe more.
I thought about like Manny Machado, what he said to us at spring training 2 days after he opted out or whatever, a couple of years ago. And he's like, I have a responsibility to the future generations of players to opt out of an already good deal to get the best deal.
And Manny had 10 years in the league or whatever at that point, right? So they're different players entirely. It's a difference, in my opinion.
Does the sentiment not remain kind of the same though? Like a responsibility to the future players?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like he signed for $1 million a year. He's still the potential of this contract is still over $200 million and or more, I think. So again, leaving himself that opportunity to sign yet another deal when he's 29 or 30 years old. So I again, not a 20-year deal for $1 million a year. I really want you guys to build around me, things like that. I know he was happy being here and he signed again. And I think I'm not in here trying to paint it that it's not a team-friendly deal. I think Jackson Merrill, he may get to a point in 4 years where he goes, geez, Christ, man, I could be making $45 million a year, but I don't know that he knows that's possible either.
Well, AC said some people around the league estimated Merrill could have made $400 million more.
Wow.
Had he gone through his arbitration
$600 million
years and hit free agency in 2030.
That's a big risk.
He says that does assume good health and continued production.
Yeah.
And
think about how much crap Soto took for turning down $450.
Yeah.
It paid off.
$440 and it worked.
Yeah.
And it also overlooks, he says, he's going to be a free agent again at the age of 31.
Yeah.
And will still be in line to get another big contract later in his career.
Yeah, I just love that he said, Keegan makes the point, look, this is more than enough to raise my family, my future generations. He wasn't hungry. It's not what motivates him. And I don't have a problem with it motivating players like Manny or Judge or Soto. I don't have a problem with that. I don't. Like, get what the market says you're worth, period, the end. It's weird for me because in this business, the success that this show has had in the last 7 years compared to what other people had 10, 15 years ago. I was talking to a guy, one of the coaches last night. His dad ran sales across the street for years. He negotiated Dave Rickard's contract, his 7-figure contract. 7. Dave does the same job that we do every single day. Right around the same ratings and numbers and everything else.
Does that include the cents as well, or is that just in the dollars? Like $10,000.32 is a 7-figure contract.
No, 7-figure
dollars.
Right.
Yeah, just making sure.
And so I looked at it and go, well, the salaries in my business for commensurate, performance is a tenth of what people used to make. So like, it's hard for me to sit in here and say it.
But if a really good show came to San Diego, radio show, and had a really strong, successful first year in the ratings, and then took about half of what they probably could have gotten if they just waited, like, doesn't that bring down everybody's value?
And it happens all the time. But
doesn't Adam and Michael, when our contract negotiations come around, go, really? Because so-and-so, they've got pretty good numbers too, and they're doing it for this much.
Happens all the time.
Like
I mean, it truly does. There's people that will do this gig for free. It makes it hard.
I'm not arguing that Jackson Merrill shouldn't have signed. Like, right. I am ecstatic as a fan. Point. I'm just kind of playing a little bit devil's advocate here.
All right, I'm going to say something that I don't know that I've ever said on this show before.
The F word.
No.
The P word.
Of course not. No, not at all.
The C word.
Stop guessing.
That would be a fun one.
You'll find out after traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic sponsored by Islands Restaurants. Traffic alert remains in effect westbound King Freeway before Massachusetts. 3 left lanes are blocked. In fact, this could be affecting eastbound lanes in that area as well. Also on the coastline, southbound 5 past Carlsbad Village Drive, stalled van in the slow lane. Big on protein, rich on flavor, the new $10 Islands Restaurants protein bowls are here for a limited time, packed with over 40 grams of protein and stacked with fresh ingredients for the flavors you love. Just in a bowl. Find your protein paradise at islandsrestaurants.com. I'm Kelly Danik with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Yeah, are you ready?
Yeah.
You got the bleeper ready?
Yeah.
I agree 100% with Scott Boras and what he said. Why on earth didn't Jackson Merrill insist on a full no trade clause? Are we really saying that the Padres getting the, quote, team friendly deal that they're getting? If Jackson had said, but the only way I'm going to sign this is if you give me the full no trade clause, the Padres would have said, no dice. We're not going to do it. We need to be able to trade you. I just feel like he could have held out for that. And by the way, you can always waive the no trade clause.
Sure.
If things aren't going well in 3 or 4 years, or the Padres are going in a different direction, different ownership, whatever, Jackson can always say, yeah, you can go ahead and trade me.
Yeah, nothing's impossible.
Trade me to the Orioles, trade me back home. I'm happy with that. But if you don't have the no trade clause, Scott Boras is right. You don't know what the future is going to hold.
Sure.
You don't know what the organization is going to look like in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. And in 7 years, you may not want to go play for the Toronto Blue Jays. But guess what?
If they say you have to, you have to.
You have no choice in the matter now, because you don't have a no trade clause that prevents you from going to the Tampa Bay Rays, if they even exist in 7 years, or the Toronto Blue Jays, or the Sacramento/Las Vegas A's. Those are all teams that are in Western or Eastern divisions. You can go to the Houston Astros. Who knows? I mean, that I would have, if I was Jackson Merrill, I would have insisted, hey, I'm going to sign this deal. It's a pretty good deal for you guys. It's a good deal for me, but for you as well. We need the full no trade clause. I agree 100% with Scott Boras.
Oh, that'll live in infamy forever.
Yeah.
It's a good point that he makes. It is. And the commitment to San Diego that Jackson has shown. This is what he said. He wants to be here. Now, I do realize, man, things change, people change, circumstances change. No question. But I'm not going to worry about it right now.
Well, I don't think the Padres have any intention of trading.
No, I don't. Nor do I. As
long as AJ Preller is still around, my anticipation is Jackson Merrill will see the end of this contract. But there's just unexpected things that happen. Who would have guessed that Peter Seidler would have passed away?
Right.
I mean, you just don't know. And unless you have it in writing, as Scott Boras points out, baseball is a business, and the business always supersedes player preferences.
I'm not being a troll here. I'm not. I promise you. I would tell you if I was. Did the Players Association have an issue with $68 million a year deferred?
They might have.
I don't know. No one reported
on of $700 million and go, all right, that's not a bad thing for the sport to get that out there at least. But the deferrals, I bet at least quietly they were not happy with it.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word.
No,
Carl Ravitch or Jeff Passan or anybody else.
And I guess, to be fair, this was from like Kevin Acey, local beat writer story. This wasn't like the MLBPA didn't put out a statement.
That's true. Yeah,
the president didn't hold a press conference with Jeff Passan and all these. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of under the radar still.
That's why I'm surprised it's not a bigger story. It's it's scoop. They don't necessarily want to be seen throwing their weight around and telling players what they can and cannot do. But that is their job, to offer recommendations and guidance. And their guidance to Jackson Merrill, according to Kevin Acey, was don't sign this deal. It's not a good deal for you. Don't sign it. But he did it anyway.
It's a great move. I mean, there's just no two ways to look at it. And for him, it's just you don't have to worry about this. That for me is like there's so much joy and pleasure that I take in security of just I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I'll sign a longer deal. I just want to be happy. I want to be here. This is where I want to be. Blah blah blah. I told our boss on opening day. I had a few cocktails. Let's talk longer deal next time. Let's talk longer than 3 years. Let's talk. I want to go beyond that because I don't want to go. I don't want to have to look for another place. I'm happy here.
Maybe don't negotiate my contract.
I didn't. I was negotiating. I was negotiating my contract. Hey, you could do a lot worse than me as your negotiator.
Yes,
friend.
but just pre-cocktails, perhaps.
I'm actually better after.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, are you kidding?
Edgar makes a good point in the chat. He says maybe the players' union likes the deferrals because it leaves more money for the team to spend on other players at the same time.
That's a good point.
While Shohei will still get his money in the future, and no one thinks the Dodgers all of a sudden are going to stop spending money in 10 years when they have to start paying Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, they've already made that money back.
And there's no concern if the Dodgers are good for it. I promise you, if the Padres offered somebody $700 million,
they wouldn't.
Most of it
wouldn't
deferred,
even let the Padres.
It wouldn't even. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So you're probably right. They probably didn't have a big issue with it.
Now we talked yesterday about whether Jackson was going to have to treat the team to a big dinner in Chicago, and Fernando Tatis said, "Hey, he's not making the big money yet. We won't do it." In reality, found out last night that from our friend Annie at the UT, great story, that Jason Hayward actually took the team all to dinner last night in Chicago, at least most of the team, after they went and visited his Jason Hayward Baseball Academy in Chicago, which was really cool. I had no idea that this existed, but obviously, Jason spent a bunch of his career and won a World Series with the Cubs and still lives there in the offseason. And on the west side of Chicago, kind of the inner city and underserved neighborhood, he has this baseball academy, which is a big facility. Says it's indoors with a big indoor field and 2 basketball courts. There's a gym. There's like an e-games facility where kids can go, be safe, play sports, get off the streets. And this is something that Jason has given back to his community in Chicago. And he wanted to, show some of the Padres players. And when he texted, Annie texted the team on a group thread and go, "Hey, will you join us?" And they pretty much all said, "Yeah, absolutely."
Bro, I love that so much, man. First road trip of the year. And all these guys get together. They all got spruced up and went out and they were, playing with kids and shaking hands, kissing babies, doing all that stuff. I don't care if it's eyewash or not. I think that is just the coolest story.
That's a great photo. I hadn't seen that photo of everybody inside in the facility, but that is very cool. And Fernando Tatis was there, and the kids all
lost their mind, man. It was just incredible.
Creating more Padres fans in Chicago right now.
I love it. I thought that was. You're never going to get, like I said, you're never going to get me to say anything bad about Jason Hayward, man. I love that he did this. I did not know.
Toddy looks like one of the biggest superstars.
It's like Elvis, man. Seriously, walking through there. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just. There's this weird sense of pride. I was like, man, I'm proud of the guys for going out and doing that for their teammate. Their brand new teammate, by the way. I thought that was really special. Great job by Annie.
Maybe some good karma leading into the first road game of the season. And by the way, Padres got some more good news yesterday. We will talk about the roster moves and the unexpected surprise for your San Diego Padres as we kick off hour number 2 on a Friday morning. Bennett Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
birthday shout out. My man Brad Majeski just DM'd me. Guy listened to this program last year, Ben, for 80,000 minutes. I don't know if that's a lot or a little. It feels like a lot.
Are we already doing Ben and Wood's Wrapped?
Well,
It
he
seems
sent
early in
he
the
sent me his Wrapped, and he goes, "Hey, man, 80,000 minutes I listened to you guys. Can I get a happy 30th birthday shout out?" I go, for 80,000 minutes, Ben will come to your house and wash your car, dude. Thank you, Brad. Happy birthday to you, man.
Happy birthday. Maybe you should have a birthday party at Dave & Buster's.
Ooh,
Join
yes.
the College Madness this Monday, April 7th. Watch the championship game at Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley. Catch all the excitement on their giant screens. Enjoy fantastic food and drinks and play your favorite games in the ultimate sports atmosphere. Don't miss the big game only at Dave & Buster's.
Love DMBs.
So, yeah, good news yesterday for the San Diego Padres. As remember, we were kind of wringing our hands a little bit at the end of spring training when AJ was making his final roster moves. And, you couldn't keep anyone, but he decided wanted the veteran presence of Eguy Gurriel on the team, had to add him to the 40-man roster. Went with Brandon Lockridge for the speed and defensive abilities and the right-handed hitting, and had to place Tyler Wade and Eguy Rosario on waivers, had to DFA him because they had no minor league options. Well, we found out a few days ago, Tyler Wade did pass through waivers and was optioned to AAA. And then yesterday, this was actually a surprise, I think, for the Padres. Eguy Rosario also made it all the way through waivers without getting claimed, and he too has accepted his option to AAA, so gets to stay in the organization. They did not lose either of those two guys. And they also added Oscar Gonzalez to the 40-man roster yesterday when they placed Johnny Brito on the 60-day injured list. So now they have the option, if they need, to call up Oscar, who's off to a hot start, I believe, at El Paso, or, good hitter's environment, but a really good spring.
Yeah.
If they need a bat, if they need an extra outfielder, he is now able to come up to the big league club because he is on the 40-man roster.
And probably very important to him, he did have an opt-out as well, Benny. Remember, he could have opted out. He's now on the 40-man roster. I think he's going to be called up soon. I can't imagine, again, Eguy Gurriel making it the entirety of the season. Going to get some more looks, certainly. Will probably be in the lineup today, I would imagine, against Shota Imanaga. But, yeah, man, Oscar Gonzalez and Eguy Rosario, I mean, these are guys that can help you win this year.
I think at some point you will see Oscar Gonzalez up with the big club. Now, Eguy is off the 40-man.
So I think he's off the 40-man.
So, that'll be a little trickier. But if he has a big season, they'll find a way to get him back on. Usually someone else has to go on the 60-day injured list at some point. And so, you can make those moves later on. But yeah, just really good to keep and not have lost anybody with those moves that you had to make at the end of spring training.
Yeah, again, just gives you a little bit more depth if somebody gets hurt or somebody's not performing. How about Ryan Bergert last night, you guys? Holy smokes. 25-year-old struck out 11 batters over 5 innings of 1-run ball in AAA. They lost at Oklahoma City. That was against the Dodgers. That was against the Dodgers minor league team, and they're pretty stacked as well. But Bergert looked nasty. There's a video going around of him that is just looks filthy. Looks absolutely filthy.
He's really the only top level pitching prospect that's in the Padres. I think top 30 in prospects that could be called up at some point if they need it. I mean, we've looked more at the options like Matt Waldron, and Stephen Kolek, who've already been on the big league roster as your first guys you might call on if you needed a sixth and seventh and eighth starters. But Ryan Bergert is a guy who's definitely pitching his way into that mix as well and rising quickly through the organizational ranks in terms of where he probably is in the pecking order for pitching options.
Yeah, and again, just more depth for this team, and let's be honest, more pieces for this team to feature if they need somebody when we get to the trade deadline in July. All of these guys right now. The Eguy Rosario thing, Ben, spoke to me yesterday. I went, okay, because everybody thought somebody's going to snatch him up. Somebody's going to take a chance on him. Somebody that's, in desperate need of right-handed power hitting that hits lefties really well, that can play in the infield, still a young guy and can mash lefties. Somebody's going to grab him. Did we overvalue him? Did they, did Because guys like that, in my opinion, I didn't think he would pass through waivers, and he did.
I am surprised. I thought someone
Me too.
needed him as a 25th or 6th man on their roster, but it is tough. I mean, there is a strategy. GMs have picked the right times to make those moves because other teams are also making tough decisions at those moments. And sometimes they just go, we'd like Eguy, but I don't know. Then that means we have to get rid of another guy that we did like, and we know this guy, and we don't know Eguy yet. So they just make the decision that way.
Yep, fair enough.
Brendan in our chat Brandon says 80,000 minutes listening to Ben and Woods. It's 20,000 shows.
Feels like we did 20,000.
I think the math's a little off. The shows are not 4 minutes long; they're 4 hours.
4 hours long.
So it's actually 333 shows, which is more than we did last year. We didn't do 333 shows last year. So he's listening to the entire shows and then going back and listening like extra to.
We're that good.
Other segments and interviews again. So that is a lot. That is a lot of listening, but it's not 20,000 shows worth of listening.
I think we did like 240 shows.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's a lot. 80,000 minutes is a lot.
It's a lot of minutes. I'm looking at his, let's see, 79,957.
That's a lot.
I rounded up.
That's a lot.
Man, it's to the whole station, actually. So
all right. So that makes a little
more sense. Man, the guy just tunes in to 97.3 to He doesn't leave it. Yeah, you get your birthday shout out for that.
Very impressive. Not a lot of Major League Baseball action yesterday. Had a few games. NL West action, the Yankees beat the Diamondbacks 9-7. Aaron Judge hit his 5th home run of the season. Trent Grisham went deep for the first time. That is the first loss for a top 4 NL West team in the last 24 games.
Needed it, man.
23-1.
Why am I scoreboard watching 7 days into the season?
And then the Rockies lost again to the Phillies 3-1. Kyle Schwarber hit his 4th home run of the season.
Did you see it?
Schwarber?
Yeah.
The Schwarbomb?
Yeah, it's about 600 feet.
He's a freak.
I love him, man. I love him so much. Who did we meet that played with him? We interviewed someone that played with him at spring training. Was it Tyler Wade? Kyle Hart? Who was it?
I just heard that. Don and Mud just mentioned it during the broadcast. Who played with him?
You mean in college?
Yeah, Kyle Hart. Kyle Hart. Yeah. Played college ball with Schwarber and said he was just a freak then. And my God, I mean, obviously we all remember the home run he hit at Petco Park. It was in the playoffs.
I didn't think that second deck and right was reachable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I hit a driver from center field with a golf ball. I mean, that's how he smoked that thing when he gets one. I love that dude. I really do. I know he bats 220. But he'll hit 45 bombs for you, and they're just prodigious shots. I love watching him.
What is he hitting their lineup now?
He
used to be their lead off.
He used to be the lead off.
Yeah.
I think it's Trey Turner now leading off.
Oh, is he?
I think they go Turner, Harper.
Okay.
God, AM edits Schwarber is way better than Arise. I mean, yeah, they're totally different players. He's going to hit more
hitting home runs.
Hitting home runs,
most different players.
They're like you couldn't
in the league.
You'd be like saying like red is just different than green. Yeah, I mean they're just totally different colors. Like
how many batting titles does Kyle Schwarber have?
Right, exactly. How many home run titles does Luis Arise going to win? Right. None. You know, it's just they're just different.
Neither of them can pitch.
But like Brandon says, I'll take Schwarber's 220 over Grisham's 220 any day of the week.
Correct. Red Sox beat the Orioles 8-4 to take 2 of 3 in that series, and a little history by the Cincinnati Reds. Not the kind of history you want to make.
This is wild.
The Reds lost to the Brewers 1-0. It is the 3rd consecutive 1-0 loss for the Cincinnati Reds. They're the first MLB team to do that in the last 65 years.
That's staggering.
That's got to be frustrating to know your pitching staff gave up 1 run on 3 consecutive days. And usually you go 3-0, and they went 0-3 on those 3 games when they gave up 1 run each day.
That's absolutely staggering to think about. Staggering.
I mean,
you can't scratch out,
it's not what you would think would be a bad offensive team either.
No, that's terrible, man. That is terrible. Oh,
little off the field news yesterday. The city of St. Petersburg approved $22.5 million to fix the roof at Tropicana Field, although weren't all that happy about it. They said, we have no choice. We're contractually obligated to keep the stadium up to specs and repair any damage. So we have to do this, even though the Rays have already pulled out of their new stadium deal. The speculation is that they want to move now. They don't want to stay in the Tampa St. Pete area, playing this season, of course, at the Yankee Spring Training Complex. St. Petersburg, they would love to just go, you know what? You're not going to play there anymore. We're not going to put a bunch of money into this, but they said we are contractually and legally obligated to fix that place. So all that money that they're going to pour into an aging, was already the worst stadium in baseball, only to get it ready. And by the time they get it ready, the Rays may have already figured out that they're going somewhere else. It's not a good scene. It's basically a recipe for animosity and not a good relationship between the city and the team there.
Man, I bet their attendance really plummets.
Well, you can't go much lower than spring
That's
training.
the joke. We were 2,400 fans to 1,800. I mean,
have they played some games? Yeah, have they been drawing? I mean, I saw the A's. They sold out their first game at the minor league park, and then they went down to 9,000.
Have the Rays
8,000.
been drawing fans? I don't know.
I was watching MLB Network the other day. Daytime, they flashed over to a Rays game, and I'm like, are they showing spring training highlights? It's weird to see them. It's a regular season game, and it just the ballpark screams Cactus League, Grapefruit League,
of course.
spring training. It was weird.
And so does the A's, where the Padres will be heading in their next series after they leave Chicago.
Theirs is worse.
Going to Sacramento. The Sacramento one looks just empty in the outfit. It doesn't even look like a cool minor league park. It looks like like the El Paso park. Way cooler looking than the one in Sacramento, I think.
I was reading a piece by Awful Announcing. They talked about everything that went wrong, on day one for the A's up there. I mean, they had 10 different instances where their radio broadcasts just dropped off because they didn't have the right equipment.
In there,
they had the build your own shed that you got at Home Depot or something. Tough shed.
Yeah, tough shed.
It was, and then they got bodied on the field.
Yeah,
the Cubs hit for the cycle for the first time in 30 years against them.
It's going great.
Got swept. It was just,
it's going really well. I did see the Dodgers put Freddie Freeman on the 10-day IL. He
injury.
Slipped in the shower. You're getting old when you start slipping in the shower, Freddie. Maybe just hang him up. Do us all a favor.
I haven't injured myself, but I certainly am very concerned about the slipping in the shower.
At what age do we go into our showers and start putting down
install the rail?
The
handrail?
The rail.
No.
But the stuff on the tape on the shower floor, the grip tape, to where, just in case. I mean, I feel like we're getting there, Ben. We're both going to be 50 this year. I may need to put the grip tape and the rail in the shower just in case. I don't need a slippery fall in the shower. I can't be on the 10-day.
That would be a don't do this moment.
It would be.
The bench always kills me. Who's just sitting there?
Just sitting.
Just getting hit with the water.
I mean, I'll do it. If you put one in there, I'll use it. For real.
Don't do this is coming up next. Ja, someone who
Ja's a Mick name.
At this point, is he just? I mean, he's
begging.
He's really asking
around and find out.
He's begging.
Probably in the next couple of hours.
He's asking for it.
He wants to get in trouble.
We will get to that coming up next after a check of traffic. Don't go away. Ben and Woods continuing here on 97.3 The Fan.
First, I want to tell you guys about Underdog Daily Fantasy. Been a lot of fun. Been having so much fun playing Underdog. Now that baseball season's here, you guys know exactly how it works. Just choose a higher or lower on player stats, hits, strikeouts, home runs, whatever it may be. They got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Play with as little as $1. Get everything right. You can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into 1,000 just with your baseball knowledge, or again, any other sport you want to play. They got it all. Download the Underdog app. Sign up now using the promo code WOODS to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun. When you sign up with the promo code WOODS, claim your special offer today. Get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 and over, 19 and over in Alabama, Nebraska, 19 and over in Colorado for some games, 21 and over in Massachusetts and Arizona. Present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 467-369.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Don't Do This is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Dude, don't.
I was just testing you to
Don't.
see if you remember. Correct. Don't leave your entire estate, house, kids, and life savings up to chance if and when you die.
Do
Set up a trust or will online at trustandwill.com.
this.
Is a lot more affordable than you think. Visit trustandwill.com for more info. I'm not sensing complete buy-in here on the sponsor video from you.
Yeah.
I know you believe in Trust and Will. You
course.
just don't believe in
He doesn't believe in.
the back and
I don't even
forth
want to say he doesn't believe in the
exchange.
messaging. He doesn't want to. He doesn't believe in who sent the messaging.
The
The messenger.
messenger.
If Ben came up with the idea, I think there might have been a little bit more buy-in.
Probably. It was an Adam idea. I think it was also bothered me, like, did it in the middle of the show. I was like, hey, make sure you do this. Right? Do
This.
stop texting us in the middle of the show.
Got it.
Don't text us in the
Go.
middle of the show.
It wasn't his worst idea ever.
Eat.
It's not bad.
My shorts.
Blank a doodle doo.
Go ahead, Benjamin.
So we've all had the moment with our parents or a teacher where we did something wrong, but they said, we're going to let you off with a warning.
Yeah.
But if
Don't.
it happens one
Don't.
more time, don't do this again.
Do this again.
Or the consequences will be severe. Most of us then go, all right, I've learned my lesson. I'm not,
Won't happen again.
not going to do that again. I know.
So
I don't,
sorry.
I don't want to. I don't want to suffer the consequences. John Moran apparently doesn't think that way because
You can't stop.
immediately after getting warned by the league for making the finger shooting guns gesture earlier this week, he did it again last night in a Memphis Grizzlies win at the Miami Heat made a three-pointer with 7:51 left in the first quarter, ran back on defense, right arm fully extended, left hand in the gun pose again after Adam Silver said, all right, this is just a warning. We'll let you off this time, but please don't do it again or we're going to have to, increase the punishments. So the NBA did rule the celebrations were not intended to be violent in nature, but were inappropriate. So issued warnings. Now you wonder, all right, what are they going to do about it? Of course, remember Morant was suspended for the first 25 games of last season after he actually brandished a firearm during an Instagram live stream on a friend's account. So it's a little bit more serious when it's Ja compared to maybe someone else in the league. It's not just not a double standard. He has a track record on this.
It's the same guy. Somebody said,
what's so bad about it, I guess?
Well, as we said earlier,
like he didn't.
Anytime,
I would understand if he brought a gun to his training facility, even like not to mess around. Just it was in his bag or something. Hey, you can't bring a gun into the NBA arena or something. I don't know. I mean, he's in his car. If he has the license for it and everything, if everything checks out.
It's an image thing, I think, for the NBA. They're looking to protect their image, which big corporations have been known to do.
They have the right to do that.
They have the right to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mailman Rob says that he's not breaking any rules, and the whole league has been doing it.
I've seen other pictures of guys doing
Have you?
it. Oh yeah, LeBron's done it.
I don't watch enough NBA. To
I mean,
there's one like you make a shot and you put your pistol in your holster.
It goes back to the conversation we had. Is it enough? If your just employer asks you, please don't do this, and you keep doing it, is that whatever it is it enough? Please don't leave a mess in the restroom.
Right.
And you keep doing it. You're going to, is it a criminal offense? No. If you keep doing it though, I mean, there's going to have to be some sort of consequences.
Or have they unfairly singled out Ja Morant? And I would, if I'm Ja Morant, I'd go, well, yeah, if everybody else is doing it, I'm doing it. You know how I roll.
I wouldn't say it's like the most common celebration,
but you've definitely seen it.
But I've seen it. I can show you pictures of other guys doing it.
I don't care enough. I really don't. I don't care that much.
There was
somebody in the chat said, didn't they have a player in the NBA nicknamed Pistol Pete?
Pistol Pete Maravich. That's exactly right.
Times have changed a little bit since he was playing.
Yeah, it's a bit vague, I think. Don't you? It's a little vague.
It is. There's definitely some gray area here.
The throat slash years ago. You can't throat slash people anymore, right? Which I liked.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that anymore. That's like a technical, I think, if you throat slash.
Ja said after the win, he's well aware of the criticism he's faced for making the finger shooting motion, says it doesn't bother him. Quote, kind of used to it. I was pretty much a villain for 2 years now. Every little thing. If somebody can say something negative about me, it's going to be out there. So, yeah, I don't care.
All right.
No more. By the way, he hit the game-winning shot at the buzzer to win the game last night.
In front of Bella Danger, by the way. Oh. You know who that is?
No.
Yes, you do. Don't lie to me. There's a picture. Did you see it?
No, I haven't seen that picture. I've seen other pictures.
Ben pretending like he doesn't know who she is.
Yeah.
It's priceless. An update to a very sad story, and don't do this, but finally got some clarification on what happened to Brett Gardner's son. The 14-year-old passed away while on vacation. And it turns out, Benny, it was actually carbon monoxide poisoning. And I'm not kidding when I tell you this. I got a text from my wife this morning that had seen the story before me and said, got a portable carbon monoxide detector to take wherever we go on vacation because of poor Brett Gardner.
Yeah, I mean, you should have one in your home, but they weren't at home.
They weren't at home.
They were on vacation. Their room was like next to like a machinery room, apparently, and there was some sort of malfunction, and it was seeping carbon monoxide into their room.
Passed away in his sleep, dude.
Yeah.
Just the worst case scenario. So, yeah, maybe look into that if you guys travel a lot with your kids out there. That's what we did. And I immediately felt, I said, that's a great idea. It's a great, I would not have even thought of that. So, yeah, just a real sad story, man.
Finally, a little doo-doo this on a Friday.
DD mega doo-doo.
I have to say, I'm fairly constantly amazed by the cleverness and creativity of professional teams' marketing departments nowadays. They're getting better and better. Yeah, there's an occasional misstep here or there, but they're getting really good at this stuff. And credit today to the Seattle Mariners, who are doing their first bobblehead giveaway of the season. But it's not just a bobblehead; it's for Cal Raleigh.
Cal Raleigh.
It's to honor his first career platinum glove win, which he got last year behind the plate. And of course, they are leaning into his nickname, Big Dumper. And they have given him a fairly, he's squatting in his bobblehead in the catcher's crouch.
Yep.
They've given him an ample rear, and they're calling it the Platinum Dumper bobblehead in Seattle, which they are be giving away in their, I believe, next home series.
It's Big
Dumper.
It's so good.
It's pretty clever, right? That's going to be a hot item in Seattle. And
His Big Dumper is a hot item in Seattle.
It is.
It's
the Platinum Dumper.
It's a really, really good bobblehead. A really, really good one. I feel like the Padres might have missed the boat on giving Manny a bigger dumper in his.
That's not his nickname, though.
No, but he's got a big cake.
Manny is well endowed on the
Booty,
rocking
side.
everywhere.
Whoa. Sure, he wouldn't mind you saying that on the radio.
Who would?
I know. All right, save that.
And that's
Next time we interview him. Hey, did you ever hear Ben say this? Benny's well endowed. It's really good.
And that's don't and do this for a Friday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The
A
Fan.
lot of things you can save. Ample rear.
Ample rear.
Ample.
Hot talks.
Very nice. All right, we are going to take a timeout. We have yet to look ahead to this series against the Chicago Cubs. We can set the stage. Game 1 is less than 4 hours away. Everybody, we got Padres baseball for you this morning. We will talk about it coming up next with Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 0000466. For a full list of games and rules, play at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
The weekend is almost here, and the weekend is a great time to check out 7 Mile Casino because it's only on Saturdays and Sundays when you can go to Sammy's at 7 Mile and get their award-winning brunch, best in the South County. It's available Saturdays and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's just kind of your entry to 7 Mile Casino. You go for brunch, and then while you're there, you go, look at that card room.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice place they got over there.
Gonna go play some California-style blackjack, maybe win a little money, play some Texas Hold'em, some Pai Gow, some Baccarat. They got it all there. And really, for me, it's what they don't have there. They don't have cigarette smoke blowing in your face. They don't have slot machines ringing in your ears. It's 7 Mile Casino, and it's just a place for card players to go. They'll take your high-stakes action as well. Man, they'll take good care of you at 7 Mile Casino. That I promise you.
Yeah, they want real card players to know that that's your place where they will have high limits tables available for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just like they have food for you. You don't want to be hungry at 3 a.m. and not have an option. You got a great option with the 24/7 players menu. Check out the patio, check out the TVs, check out it all, and make the short drive down the 5 to Chula Vista. It's 7 Mile Casino, just 7 minutes from downtown.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
What is going on in our chat right now?
Do not know, but it is really fascinating.
I don't know. Well, you guys are having a spicy Friday morning.
Read it.
You want me to read the comments?
Yeah.
From Junior.
Where did that come from?
I have no idea. Someone mentioned crayons somewhere in a comment, and then Junior just threw in. I don't know that I should read this on the air.
I think you should.
But he says, I dated a girl who used to burn me with crayons. Like hot wax?
Yeah. He said they started with candles and then had to upgrade crayons after a while.
Don't say it, he said.
Oh,
too late.
Sorry.
Dump. Hit the dump button.
He goes, oh, no, dude. So, hey, man,
chat, then.
listen, if he goes in the chat, it's fair game. Sorry about
Nothing
that.
wrong with it.
No,
it's not shaming. It's fine.
Actually kind of hot.
Very hot.
Yeah,
literally.
Extremely hot. Spicy. Sorry. Oh, she's married now. Well, I'm sure her husband's well aware also. She actually used a blowtorch on him. Bert and Sienna. Hey, what happened to your grunge look that you wore yesterday?
I only have one flannel shirt.
Yeah, but you can rotate the undershirt every day.
Just
and
wear
just
the flannel on top
of
every day. The
course.
same flannel. It's green and blue. I don't have a lot of green and blue.
I like that look
Thank
for
you.
you.
All right,
And
well,
you're back to golfing, Ben. You're golfing today, aren't you?
I'm not. I'm going to work. It's Friday.
Oh,
Still working today.
you are dressed for golf.
I am running out of clothes. I need to do laundry. Usually I do it during the day, during the week, and I've been at work all week. So I'm behind on laundry. Got to catch up this weekend.
Would you ever consider a laundry service? You drop it off, you pick it up.
I don't mind doing the laundry.
Fluff and fold.
Yeah, fluff and fold.
I just need to get to a day where I'm actually home, and I will be able to do that this weekend.
This is a weird schedule for you that
It
you
is
started.
totally different.
It's like 6 a.m. till 6 p.m. basically.
Yeah.
But your whole day, you don't get to do errands and things like that
No,
anymore.
I'm used to having the middle of the day to, if I need to go to the doctor or the grocery store, do some laundry, pick up. I go to the cleaners, obviously, for my dry cleaning, my shirts and jackets and stuff, just the normal routine. But now I have to push it off to the weekend. But I have the weekend off now. I don't work on Sunday anymore.
Yeah.
So I actually have a full weekend coming up.
Dude, don't wait. And that's the bummer is like you're sitting here thinking, man, yeah, I have the weekend off, but I'm going to spend my weekend catching up on all the crap that I couldn't do.
It doesn't feel like a weekend.
It doesn't feel like a
anymore,
weekend, right? Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to life, Ben.
It's kind of the
I've avoided it for 30 years, and now welcome to real life.
Yeah, it's kind of like
you work all week, and then you catch up on everything
on the
weekends.
I feel like Sunday should be your day. That should be your day, but really take Saturday for yourself. Saturday, Friday and Saturday. Well,
and then
Saturday.
Sunday's the to-do day.
Yeah,
Get
that's
you
the
ready
day
for the week.
you handle business.
This weekend, of course, we got to pack everything in the house up.
Oh,
because the termite tenting is coming on Monday morning. And so you have to put every bit of food in your house in these like double protective bags.
I've never done this, so I'm so fascinated.
Doesn't get fumigated.
Okay, so hang on. So you'll work today. You'll get home tonight at 6:30, whatever.
Yeah.
And then you guys start preparing.
Got to get it all done by Sunday night before I go to work Monday morning.
So you have to take the food that you currently have in the pantry
Yeah.
And they're not the refrigerator.
Anything that is not in like a jar or a can that's sealed.
Okay. So
Has to
canned
go-
goods,
yeah,
fine.
cereals, pastas, everything like that. Even if it's in the fridge, it still has to go into these bags. The fridges because the fridge, the intake, it gets cold, but they use air from the house that is then chilled and is pumped into the fridge. So you're going to get, termite gas in everything.
God.
So you have to protect it all.
So Dub J nails this. I was going to say this. I know how you roll.
We're going to throw most of it
That's
out.
what I was going to say.
I didn't go shopping this week. I told the kids,
eat
as much as we can this week. Let's try to clear out the pantry and the fridge as much as possible.
By the way,
it's a good chance to, do a little spring cleaning and get rid of the frozen stuff that we're never gonna eat anyway. You know how that goes.
By the way, was there anything worse than when your parents came to you and you're like, hey, we're going on vacation for a week. You guys have to eat all the food here. And it's all the dregs of the food that you don't want. And you're like eating.
We did a couple boxes of pasta this week. Just
tuna sandwiches every day.
Get them done.
The
cans and stuff are fine. But.
Yeah, the family directive. That's exactly. All right, guys, let's all huddle up. Feast. Go gorge yourselves, but don't add anything new. But anything that's here, feel free to just crush because we're going on vacation for 2 weeks. It's all going to rot anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, man, dude. So then you have to, what about like clothes and whatnot?
The clothes can stay, although they say if you probably want to do some laundry when you get back and get it all nice and fresh again. But
this sounds like a nightmare.
I mean, as long as you're not ingesting it, it's not going to harm you.
Now, and how long is this process?
3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And
you got to go to your mom's house.
Yeah.
Back to the Corona Cave.
Back to the Corona Cave.
Where we've done some great shows.
Yeah.
Great shows. Maybe it'll inspire you to be better next week.
Being at the Corona.
Maybe you'll be better next week because of the inspiration.
A reminder of the good old days of the pandemic.
Exactly right. That bird flew into the window when our audio dropped out every 8 seconds.
Yep.
Some really, me in a diaper in there.
The Costco-sized Gochujang's finally getting the boot from the fridge because it's open. It's like, it's time to go.
Does your mom still keep it at 47 degrees?
In the Corona Cave? Probably.
Are the wicker chairs still there?
We brought our own pillows to sit on.
I would be in sweatpants, a sweatshirt, and a shawl wrapped around me on a wicker chair for 4 hours in the middle of a pandemic with nothing to talk about.
And a little kitchen table.
Just sitting by bed going, what do you want to do next? I don't know. What's Bruce Springsteen up to? Like, oh my God. It really it sharpened us though. It really did. It sharpened the show, I think. So yeah, you'll have some good memories.
Yeah. So I'm not going to take baseball for granted because we've got it.
100%.
We've got it this weekend. Padres in Chicago to take on the Cubs, and Padres are actually underdogs despite being 7-0. They're fairly heavy underdogs in this game. It's the Cubs home opener, and they're throwing their opening day starter, Shota Imanaga, on the mound against Randy Vasquez at 11:20 this morning. So this is a good test.
This is a really good test.
How hot are the Padres? Because this is one that you would not necessarily expect them to win, but I do expect them to give the Cubs, everything they can handle in this game. Padres are playing really good baseball.
They are. It'll be interesting to see what the lineup looks at. I imagine that it looks like when it comes out. I imagine that Schulte will stack it with righties. I imagine you'll see Yuli Gurriel. I imagine you'll see Brandon Lockridge out there as well. And should be interesting. We got some guys with just a couple of ABs off of Imanaga. Crony hitting 333 off him. Jose Iglesias has got he's hitting 1,000. He's only got 2 ABs. It's a real limited number there. And then as far as the Cubbies, same thing goes with Randy Vasquez, Benny. A couple guys with a couple ABs that have done well, a couple guys that haven't. It's standard. Pete Crow Armstrong hitting 1,000 off of Randy Vasquez in 1 AB. So there you go. Not a lot to when you're looking at it. You look at Imanaga and the start that he's gotten off to for the Cubs. He's 1-0 with a .82 ERA, 6 strikeouts. Randy Vasquez is 0-0 with a 0 ERA. He's got 3 Ks on the season. Yeah, everyone's just still kind of getting their feet wet. But, hey, man, Randy Vasquez's job today, keep this team in the game. If they're in it late, if they're down a run or two late, listen, get to that Cubs bullpen and get after them.
As Paulie mentioned, forecast 42 degrees and rainy, although the rain may be later in the day. So
just chilly.
Get some unpleasant baseball in.
I was just talking with radio broadcast producer Dave Marcus. He is in the booth already getting set up. He said it is cold. It is cold.
Chilly day in the Windy City.
And there's no it's not a nice place to broadcast from. Jesse,
No, tiny booth.
Tiny booth, cold.
At least they're going to be close together for body heat.
Is body heat overrated?
Maybe.
I think it might be.
It's got to be such a catch-22 because it's Wrigley Field. It's like a mecca for baseball. It is a beautiful. You have to go. You want to be there, but if you're a broadcaster, you're in this tiny If Tony has to go to the bathroom, Jesse has to get up out of his chair.
Oh my God,
so that Tony can slide by.
You can't modernize stuff. I get it.
They did.
The thing is
they did
like
a
an
lot of
airplane row.
They did a lot of renovations over the last 10
Dude,
years. And
I
it's
was
much
just
nicer,
there.
but you can't really make it bigger. It's on a city block. Yeah, I mean, you've been there many times. I've been there once.
Yeah, but
you don't have any extra room.
But you should see the modernization around there. Is insane. They have a sports book attached to it.
Yeah, no, it's much more modern. It's just small.
Update the press box.
But it's just, it is, but it's still small.
Modernize it.
Where are you going to make it bigger, though?
Yeah, I don't even.
You already have the smallest amount of seating.
Add heat.
Baseball.
Add heat to it. Insulate it. Something. Just because you have a small space, you're like, well, we can't do anything here. You just put $1 billion sports book out in left field or whatever. Give my man some heat in there. Let them broadcast a comfortable game today. But yeah, man, it looks way different from when I was there.
Then tomorrow, same time, 11:20, Nick Pivetta on the mound against Matthew Boyd. Sunday, same time, 11:20, Kyle Hart and Ben Brown. We had Ben Lively in the series finale.
Yeah, now you're more like Ben Brown today.
In the series finale on Sunday. All right, we're going to check traffic. We got a few minutes left this hour. We're going to find out about an event one of our tier ones has cooking up, coming up. Get you all up to date and informed next year
cool.
On 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Humboldt Casino. Well, if you don't really take westbound King Freeway out of the East County, you might want to jump over to West 8 instead. This accident right before Massachusetts has all 4 lanes blocked. Traffic is squeezing by over to the right shoulder. They're calling that the auxiliary lane. So, yeah, just a real jam up approaching that westbound King Freeway before Massachusetts. And get reports of a collision on eastbound side just past Massachusetts. That's over to the right shoulder. Fortunately, no other incidents or accidents to mention on our dry roads. Hey, players, things are about to get real here in San Diego with the all-new Humboldt Casino Resort, where you can play your heart out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. Opening this summer, Humboldt Casino Resort, the player's place. Learn more at HumboldtCasino.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, so it was on opening day. We were at Baja Rick's.
This was
the block party.
The block party.
Oh, that's right. This was the Saturday block party.
So many remotes.
I know. We haven't had a few. That's true. Tier 1, Marco stopped by and he had some stickers to give away, and I didn't really have time to chat because I was rushing
to play
off.
Golf.
But,
that's right.
Paulie and Woods found out a little bit more about Marco and what he's got going on this weekend. We thought this would be something fun to share with our Tier 1 listeners.
Yeah, no question. Marco, welcome to the program, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
It's our pleasure. So fill everybody in on what you did and what happened.
All right. Well, if no one's caught wind of what happened in North Park, well, there's this mural in North Park that was created by North Park Main Street, which, is in charge of the business district of North Park. And these 2 incredible artists, Chris Kanecki and Carly Ely. They do incredible work, and North Park brought them in to make a Padres mural.
It's amazing.
Last year during the time when we were just, we're on the hot streak, we're, getting into the playoffs, and the Padre feed was all over, and they made this mural LFGSD, bright neon. It stood out.
So cool.
Yeah, it was awesome. But what happened? About 2 months ago, this mural got vandalized.
Ooh.
But not just any vandalism, but It was with Dodger graffiti.
Oh man,
Pantone something, whatever the color is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it said Dodgers across it. And what even was worse is when you take a look in more detail to the left, they always put, Chris and Carly always put their names on there. They even crossed that out.
Dang,
man, that's
dude.
just another level too.
That's the next level.
That is right. So not only was, disrespect with Dodgers over Padres, but how this all came about is because I'm part of this group chat. This group chat, we talk Padre baseball every single day. The reason how I'm linked with this because I make this custom merch that's been out there and people absolutely love these funny catchphrases that I put on merch. And I'm just with all these diehards, people from out of state are in there, even Padre pages that are well known, from Yappin' Pads to Pure Padres, Padres Regions, and Fires Talk. But this group chat is from Fire Talk. And that's what the Fire Talk is, the group chat that we have together. We talk baseball. Somebody in the group chat, her name's Sarah, she brought it to our attention. We weren't happy with it, this picture, like what's going on? We were all enraged about it. And, I thought to myself, well, you know what? Instead of us just getting mad and taking this loss with this Dodger graffiti, I'm going to go out there and figure out how we can restore this.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so that's what's happening, tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what's happening tomorrow. Is the mural reveal party. So it's because I went out there and talked with North Park and pretty much coordinated everything, the moving pieces with the artists and North Park Main Street. Then with the building owners to get a new wall, but they didn't have any money to get a new wall, so we took it upon ourselves in the group chat. We just started a GoFundMe. And we started the GoFundMe for the fans to be a part of it. And that's why the banner, if you see in the GoFundMe, the banner is ran under as for the fans, by the fans.
Nice. I love it. And so tell everybody about the event that's going down tomorrow.
Yeah, so the event, it's to celebrate this new mural that's 4 times larger than before. So thanks, Dodger fans. Now we have a 4 times larger wall to showcase our pride for Padres. And it's going to be at the Friendly, which is it's a block and a half away from the mural. Those that don't know, the Friendly has the best smash burgers in town.
Dirty flat top cheeseburgers.
Oh,
so
man.
good. Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, they're so good. So we're going to be over there. You get to meet the artists. You get to meet the group chat members that help with this project. Myself, I'll have a bunch of merch. We'll have giveaways. And then we're bringing in DJ Arkeys as well. So it's going to be a great time. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a packed house. So 4 o'clock, we're going to start at 4 o'clock until the party ends.
Thank you,
Awesome,
dude. That's
Marco.
great.
That's
That is
really
great.
cool.
Way to come in and instead of just complaining about it, actually go out and do something.
Friendly Tavern, 2232 University Avenue in North Park. And by the way, it's not LFGSD anymore. It's just FGSD because the Padres don't have any L's.
Let's go San Diego. Yeah, if you guys see it, Tatis really took most of the mural there.
Yeah, it looks incredible.
They do an amazing job.
Incredible
and hopefully
work.
You guys are invited as well. You guys are part of obviously you guys are part of it. All Padre fans are coming.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Marco.
Appreciate it, Marco.
I love that.
All right, thank you,
Keep up
guys.
the good work.
I love, when people decide bad things happen and they go, well, what can we do about it?
Yeah.
And some people go,
no, let's fix it.
Why don't we fix it? Let's do what we can and let's fix it and make it better. And Marco and their group did something about it, and now they're celebrating it this weekend, tomorrow at the Friendly. So that's really, really awesome.
I love all the murals, man. I do. It's
so cool to see. There's not a ton up in Escondido. When I am in San Diego or Ocean Beach, whatever, and you drive by, you're like, oh, there's the Tatis mural. Oh, there's the Darvish mural.
I take my kids.
It's cool.
My kids, we've posed in front of the Trevor Hoffman mural like 100 times, man. It's so great.
Frank wants to know how do they prevent it from happening again. John Morant will be patrolling the area.
I really don't know, but I hope they don't. That's kind of crossing a line. But when's that ever stopped anybody?
Jeff says crickets on my joke.
Yeah.
LFGSD.
Yeah.
There's no
I'd like
more
to dive
L.
into that
Padres
a
have
little
no
bit.
L's.
I'd like to forget it ever
It's not
happened.
even mine. I stole that from someone else. So sorry. All right. We will come back. Hour number 3 of Ben and Woods. We've got Take on Woods and Morse in season Sammy all coming up next on the Fan.
Well, we're almost halfway home. On
I was
Ben and
wondering
Woods.
if you were
Yeah,
going
almost.
to recognize the math of the situation. You did.
Got a little extra for you. just constant extra Ben and Woods lately. I'm so tired of the sound of your voice, Paul's voice, and my voice.
About 7 minutes, you can say we're halfway home.
Yeah, we'll be out of here a little bit later today. Got the early game out in Chicago, and in-season Sammy Levitt will be stopping by live in studio this morning, which makes me very happy. Always nice to see Sammy in person. I'm Woodsy. That is Paul Reindl, the executive producer, and Ben Higgins. You know him, you love him. Today is, by the way, National Hug a News Person Day.
I think I'm more of a sports
You're a news
person, not a news person.
Oh, yeah. It's a big squeeze. I learned something about hugging.
Some of the jelly out of me there.
Oh, jelly donut. I learned something about hugging. You know that you're supposed to hold a hug for maximum
1 second.
No, six.
Maximum or minimum?
Maximum. Like to get the most out of it. Six
is the ideal.
is,
so that's the ideal. Anything beyond that is awkward and creepy.
No, it's not a random stranger, right? It would be like
you shouldn't hug any random stranger.
I hug random strangers. Not random, but hey, what's nice to me? Hey, how you doing? I'll bro hug somebody.
Bro hug is less than a second.
Bro hug is less. It's just like a quick back slap.
Yeah.
But to hug a loved one, to get maximum value out of it and to really feel it and let it kick in is 6 seconds. I learned that. And I thought that was great. And so my wife and I now will hug in the morning for 6 seconds before I leave.
You just estimate in your head 6 seconds?
We'll count it off sometimes. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Try it. Try it with your loved ones today. Hug them. Your kids, 6 seconds is what you really need. Isn't that nice?
Remember how people would try to say Mississippi so fast when you were blitzing?
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
So Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, just so they could blitz the quarterback in flag football because there was no offensive line.
That's right.
So you had a certain number of Mississippis.
That's right.
Before you could rush the quarterback.
Correct.
I remember I had a friend who was a couple years older, and I don't know what we were doing. We had to count. It was like, I don't feel like we were older than playing hide and seek, but let's just call it hide and seek. All right, count to 60, right?
Right.
And he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm like, whoa, that's genius.
Yeah.
You're still counting 60 numbers.
You're just not counting.
Just doing it 10 numbers 6
Yeah,
times.
39,
30,
40, right.
47,
22, 23, 24, 25. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Then you got to remember how many
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
groups
6,
of
7, 8, 9,
10.
10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, when my guy tells me to do like 20 reps of something, I'll count to 5. And then I'll count to 5 again. Then I'll count backwards from 10. I'll go 1 through 5, 1 through 5, then 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I think
2,
what's
1.
the fastest number to say? 2, 10. 10. I think you can say 10 fastest.
1.
1 is not bad, but I think 10.
I don't know. I've never tried this. You have any more anagrams or?
I have no anagrams for you.
Okay.
I do feel like you are somewhat selective in which days you celebrate. Like you see National Hug a News Person Day, and I know you're going to want to celebrate that one. You're not, though, celebrating Walk to Work Day.
No, absolutely not. I am not. No, I do pick and choose.
Brandon in the chat says, yeah, my buddy who works remote says he had to wake up a little earlier, but he made it. He works remote. That means he works at home. You don't have to walk to
You
work.
walk your ass to the living room and get on the computer. No, I'm like yesterday was smelly fish finger and custard day. That was really a thing. And I said, well, I'm not doing that. Not touching it.
No.
Right?
Today is not Tell a Lie Day.
Today is Tell a Lie Day.
I know.
Yeah, today is Tell a Lie Day.
I just told a lie.
Yeah. You've told a few in here this morning, I think. But listen, I'm glad 6 seconds. That's all you need. Just remember it. Next time you hug your loved ones, give it
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Is that scientific or
scientific?
scientific?
That's how you get
6 second hug.
That's how you get maximum value out of
Caitlin
a
says, I read you're supposed to hug your loved one 8 times a day.
I love that,
For
man.
6 seconds each, which would be 48 seconds out of your day.
Yeah, I love that. I'm a big hugger. I like hugs. My kids are getting to the point now where they're starting to do the turn away. which is sad. They're 7-4, and you're like, come here, give daddy a hug. And they're like, oh, which it's a bummer. When they were 3 years old, 2 years old, that's all they wanted to do was hug dad. And we're still in the point where they'll both lay on my chest and watch a movie, like in one arm. But Bo's getting long, dude. He's getting tall and long. Those days are going to leave me, and I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe try to have more kids or something. I have no idea, but it's starting to mess with me a little bit.
Those days are long
Now
gone
you can say
from
we're
me.
halfway home.
Oh, we are halfway home on a Friday. Ben Woods, 97.3 The Fan.
Where'd you find that sounder? I thought maybe that meant we had a lineup in for today's game.
We have one for the Cubs.
We have half a lineup. Cubs lineup is in Happ, Tucker, Suzuki, Bush, Swanson, Horner, Crow, Armstrong, Shaw, and Amaya.
All right. That's a good lineup.
Tucker's been hot, 4 home runs. Suzuki's also 4 home runs. Padres, I think, have 5 home runs all season.
Yeah,
I mean
they're built a little bit differently. But no, we do not have a Padres lineup out yet, but I have an idea of what it's probably going to be.
Yeah, well, against Shota Imanaga, you would think, righty heavy.
Yep.
In this first game of the Cubs' home schedule this year, opening day at beautiful Wrigley Field. It doesn't look like it'll be the Ferris Bueller day.
40-something degrees.
Yeah, it's going to be chilly, cold, and somewhat unpleasant.
MLB.com does have a Padres lineup.
All right, lay it on me.
Let's do it.
Tatis leading off in right field. Arise playing first base. Manny Machado batting third, playing third. Bogarts in the cleanup at short. Merrill in fifth in center. Gurriel is your DH. Cronenworth at second. Brandon Lockridge in left field. And Martin Maldonado behind the dish batting ninth.
All right. So Jackson Merrill drops to fifth against the lefty. They put Bogarts back up. They've done that a couple of times. Yep. Against left-handers. Sheets not in the lineup. We talked about that on the roundtable yesterday, whether Gavin Sheets is playing his way into more of an everyday DH spot. But so far, I think, Woods, you had the point, like, hey, working. Let's we're not going to change anything at this point. And right now, Gavin Sheets is your platoon left-handed hitter against right-handers as your designated hitter, and you still have him later in the game. I mean, Mike Schilt is always going to be aggressive. Like when Jake didn't start against a lefty, he still got two ABs, two ABs, went 2 for 2. He's coming in the middle of the game, and I would imagine Gavin Sheets will, as soon as Shota Imanaga is out, you will see some shuffling of the lineup, and some of the lefties will get in there. So just because you're not starting doesn't mean you're not playing at least half the game. You may,
and it's tough for guys like Gavin Sheets, right? You do get pigeonholed into. I think his OPS against lefties last year was really, it was low. He was on a crap team. He wasn't having a good year. He has started to hit lefties really well in spring training, but that's spring training. And, Shota Imanaga is a different animal, certainly. And so I think, for now, if it's not, bro, you also got to get Yuli Gurriel some ABs and see if he's worth anything. And if he's not, you've got other guys maybe that you could call up. So, these guys are getting chances. Who was it that we talked to this week? Was it Eno Saris that said essentially the thing about when you bring in a Hayward and a Gurriel and guys like that is they're hungry, right? They know this. They got 1 foot out the door, essentially, of Major League Baseball, and they know they have to perform. And so while you don't want to build your entire roster full of guys like that with 1 foot out the door, you do need to have a couple of those guys that are like, no, I'm going to scratch and claw. You're going to get the best version of them. So they need to get some work too. So I think it's fine. I mean, Gavin Sheets is not, I know we're calling him Barry Bonds, but he's not Barry Bonds yet, right? Like, I'm not leaving him in there against any and every lefty we face, at least right now, not at this point in the season.
And, also made the point that, they don't have to be the perfect versions of themselves to help the Padres. Actually, I think Yuli Gurriel has put up good at-bats when I've seen them. I mean, I'm not expecting Yuli Gurriel to have a huge season, and I'm not expecting that from Jason Hayward or even Gavin Sheets to keep it going. But if you use them properly and combine them together, you actually could end up with a decent player at the end of the season. But if you fall in love with any of them, including Gavin Sheets, you may not get the benefit of having all of them on the roster, which was the point.
Yeah,
the roster flexibility, the intangibles, everything that those guys bring to the table. You need to sprinkle them in all over the place if you're going to get those benefits.
You got to get them work, man. You got to get them work. Those guys need their swings as well, and you're going to play the matchups early in the season. No problem with how they're deploying anybody right now. How could I, as we sit here at 7-0? So I again, no issues. Now, you go and drop the next 3 or 4 games, and then you're talking. Then now we're talking. Now we got something we can bite down on. But having Gavin Sheets in there every day is not necessarily, in my opinion, the right thing to do as we sit here today.
All right, we need a contestant. Final game of the week, take on Woods, and we've only had one other qualifier for this weekly prize. So if you beat or tie Woods, you'll have a 50% chance of winning the tickets to the When We Were Young Festival in Las Vegas in October, featuring Blink-182, Panic at the Disco,
there you go,
The Offspring, and more. Call now, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. We will get you online to be our contestant coming up today for a chance to win the tickets.
Who was our guy yesterday?
Kyle.
Kyle.
I remember I was talking to him after the game. He won, real or fake. I was getting his information, and he's like, I will be tuning in because he's rooting hard against our next listener.
Oh, yeah.
Because if Woods wins,
it's over.
Kyle gets the tickets.
Kyle gets it. There's no drawing necessary. You just automatically take it, or you can get a 50% chance of winning. So we'll do that after traffic here with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan. First, I'm opening my Prize Picks app right now. Now that we have a lineup in for today, I can start setting some more or less totals on Prize Picks with stat projections.
You all right over there?
I am. I'm good. Well, I'm just looking through. I'm scanning. I'm trying to do 2 things at once. Brandon Lockridge, 1/2 of a total base in today's game. You can pick more or less, put Brandon Lockridge into your lineup today in Prize Picks. It's really easy. I mean, you can go with the pitchers and look at Shota Imanaga or Randy Vasquez and look for strikeouts and different opportunities. Randy Vasquez, more or less than 4 pitcher strikeouts. That's how it works at Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy where you can win up to 1,000 times your cash running your game all season long. If you haven't signed up yet, it's really simple to do so. Just go to the website, prizepicks.com, download the app, and when you do, use the code KWFN. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. $50 instantly, play your first $5 lineup, and then play a bunch of more lineups by putting your favorite baseball players in there from different teams. You can watch the game today, whatever. You can combine different sports. If you're watching basketball, college basketball this weekend, they've got Prize Picks action on all of it. It's really simple. It's really fun. I've been playing for about a year, enjoying myself every single day with Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Going to once again point out the fact that when I made the point earlier this week that people aren't that excited about the Final Four, we once again have not mentioned it all week. Tomorrow's Final Four, all number one seeds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, going to be good basketball matchups, but it just doesn't have the buzz about it because it's all the expected teams that were supposed to get there. I have no doubt that we'll probably get one or two really good games. Anyone see? Never mind that I asked the question. I know you didn't see it.
Lakers game?
The NIT final last night was an incredible game. UT Chattanooga beat UC Irvine at the buzzer. UC Irvine was down 2.5 seconds, had to throw it all the way across the court to try to win. Got the pass to the free throw line like Christian Leitner, where he would turn around and hit the shot. But instead of going shooting, passed to his wide open teammate under the basket with 1 second to go. Had a layup to win it. And he blew it, and he missed it.
You're joking.
He missed it, and Chattanooga won by 1.
Oh,
yeah.
my God. It's
But-
going to haunt that kid forever.
But a good showing for UC Irvine, the team that UCSD beat out, remember, in the Big West this year, made it to the NCAA
Remember
tournament.
Woods?
I do remember.
Yeah.
Oh, one of my favorites.
So anyway, college basketball tomorrow, doubleheader,
You
Final
watching?
Four. I don't know. Probably. It's after the Padres game, so we can do both. Watch baseball and then college basketball. in the afternoon.
3 o'clock and 5:50.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Forward to that, Greg.
All right, so we got some contestants on the line. Big game today.
Big one.
Big game today. Bring your A game, Woods. You're playing for Kyle.
That's right.
It is time for Take on Woods. Oh, I got a bunch of contestants on the line here. Who to choose? I hate to have to choose. Take on Woods is brought to you by Bay Alarm Security and Fire Alarms for every business. We got you. I'm going completely random. All right.
We need to like vet these callers. All right.
Line 4, who's this?
Me?
Yes,
Hello?
that's you.
Hello.
Hey, this is Chris.
Chris.
Are you Chris? Do you have your A game on?
Hey.
Are you ready to go?
Hey, I've been doing my stretching. While
Nice.
being on
All right.
All right, Chris, if you can beat or tie Woods, you will be in a 2-person drawing for our grand prize this week. The tickets to the sold-out When We Were Young Festival in Las Vegas on October 18th, featuring Blink-182, Panic at the Disco, The Offspring, and more. Tickets for day 2 still on sale at whenwewereyoungfestival.com. If you lose, Kyle, who won Real or Fake yesterday, gets the tickets. So pressure is on everybody here. You get to pick our category today. Woods is no longer in the room here. Here are your choices. We've got La La Land. We've got 5 song titles that include the word La, L-A. We've got Without a Doubt, 5 song titles and artists that contain the word without. And our new category, 7th Inning Stretch, submitted by Tier 1 Scott, 5 musical answers that all include the name of a Major League Baseball team in the answer. So, La La Land, Without a Doubt, or 7th Inning Stretch. Chris, what are you going to play?
Let's go La La Land.
La La Land. No, we're not talking about Los Angeles. Today we are talking about 5 song titles that all include the word La, L-A. Got 60 seconds to answer as many of the 5 as you can. If you don't know the answer, you can pass. We'll come back to it if there's still time left on the clock. First question's our 2-second song. Polly, I'll cue up a short snippet. You got to give me that title and the artist. And remember, we got L.A., La, in all of the answers today. All right, Chris, are you ready to play?
I am ready.
All right.
Bring
Let's
it.
put 60 seconds on the clock in the category La La Land. Chris, your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck. Let's take on Woods.
How? I don't know the name of the song.
Yeah.
Pass.
Madonna dreams of a tropical paradise called San Pedro, in which Latin-infused 1987 hit.
Oh, my God. Pass.
Which 2008 hit song won Grammy of the Year for Coldplay and became the band's first #1 song on the Billboard charts?
Pass.
When Rolling Stone published its first list of the top 500 songs of all time, what was the only entry on the list not to be sung in English?
La Bamba.
Correct. Ricky Martin was on top of the world in the summer of 1999 when the mega hit spent more than a month in the #1 spot on the Billboard Top 100.
Living La Vida Loca.
Correct. Go back to our
Living La Vida
2-second song.
Loca.
Madonna dreams of a tropical paradise called San Pedro, in which we got 2.
La Isla Bonita.
It was too late. The buzzer sounded La Isla Bonita. That was LaGrange by ZZ Top, our 2-second song, and Viva La Vida by Coldplay. All right, you got 2. You got La Bamba, Living Vida Loca. Let's bring Woodsy in. He doesn't get the category. Stay on the line there, Chris. Chris's score has been established. It's now up to Woods to determine how this prize is going to go this week. All right, 60 seconds on the clock. Woods, your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck. Let's take on Chris.
Is ZZ Top LaGrange?
Correct. Madonna dreams of a tropical paradise called
La
San Pedro.
Isla Bonita.
Correct, which 2008 hit won Song of the Year Grammy for Coldplay and became the band's first #1 song on the Billboard charts.
Dun, 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 dun. Viva La Vida.
Correct. When Rolling Stone published the first list of the top 500 songs of all time, what was the only entry on the list not to be sung in English?
La Bamba.
Correct. Ricky Martin was on top of the world in the summer of 1999, when which mega hit spent more than a month in the #1 spot on the Billboard Top 100.
What is the name of that song? Oh, Living La Vida Loca.
And that is a 5 for 5. And Kyle, yesterday, congratulations, because you are going to the concert in Las Vegas. Sorry, Chris. 2 is not good enough against Woods in the category La La Land.
La La Land.
LaGrange, La Isla Bonita, Viva La Vida, La Bamba, and Livin' La Vida Loca.
Yeah, smoked it today.
Very
Felt
well
good.
done,
Thank
Woods.
you.
Brought your A game as we said you were going to.
Enjoy, Kyle. Enjoy it on me.
Sean said he ran the category from his couch. That does not count, though, Sean.
No, it does not.
Gotta call in.
You got to call in.
Got to call in and play the game. Very well done, Woodsy.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have we spotted in-season Sammy? Should be
have
joining
not.
us coming up. Well,
He's on his way in.
He's on his way in. We will talk Padres baseball with in-season Sammy Levitt. He's getting you ready for a pregame show at 10:20 this morning. Padres and Cubs coming up, so don't go anywhere. This is San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And listen up, homeowners. Don't go through another year with all that high-interest debt that you've accrued. Let Loan Pronto wipe it all out now with their Rapid Equity Loan. Makes it easy to pay off all your credit cards or tackle that 2025 home improvement project. Get cash in your pocket fast with no appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Their AI-driven technology gets you approved and funded in as little as a day. They got low fixed rates. They got lightning fast transfers. You can do it too. Consolidate your debt, improve your home, take control of your finances, and imagine if you could being credit card debt-free by this time next week. Don't wait. Just call Loan Pronto now, 619-207-4336, or go to loanpronto.com. Get your free rate quote today with no hard credit pull, 619-207-4336, or loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Just thought of something.
What did you think of?
It's Masters week next week.
Oh no.
I know, Paulie. I thought about it. I love the Masters. I love it. I'm so into it. I love it. But how are we going to keep you engaged for 2 shows, Thursday and Friday, whilst the Masters is going on? What do we do?
Here's the thing. I don't really have a lot of Masters coverage early in the morning. It doesn't really start until 10 o'clock our time.
Okay.
Usually. The coverage, at least on TV. I mean, there'll be some early scores that come in, but...
I can recall a time where you would just...
Oh, my God.
Stare at the TV.
It was more for the British Open, I think.
Are you sure?
I
remember
it's just not a lot of
Masters.
Masters. I mean, they did expand the coverage a little bit on Paramount Plus. So, but I don't think we get Paramount Plus on the TVs in here.
I guarantee you we don't.
You're probably fairly safe.
Okay, good.
Next week. Maybe the last hour, I might have a
meltdown.
Pop in and check a highlight or two on Thursday and Friday. But I would think that people want to know what's going on in the Masters next week.
Yeah.
Big golf tournament, first major of the year.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what else I'm excited for?
This guy.
Here. I agree. That guy right there. We got Sam Levitt, who's just popped in studio out of breath, running up the...
He's running somewhere.
I've had a terrible morning.
Really?
So far. Well, actually, it was going well. I was on television this morning. On
that's why you look so sharp.
What news station?
Fox 5.
Fox. I love Fox.
Great
5.
coverage.
Huge.
Oh,
great
man.
coverage.
Great coverage.
Phenomenal people.
Great talking podcast.
Julian Delgadio.
Julian crushes
Troy
it.
Hirsch.
Have you noticed Julian Delgadio unbelievably well dressed
every time?
I mean, just super dapper.
No flannels or anything like that. Just
more
sharp.
flip-flops.
Yeah. Sharp. Very sharp.
Mm-hmm.
But
what happened though?
So everything was going well. Forgot my laptop. My plan was to come here right after, and that was at 7:30, so plenty of time. So I had to go back to OB, get my laptop because I needed my laptop. Then what else happened? Got my laptop, drove back here, was running late, right? So that was kind of the second error. And then I had a nice Trader Joe's salad for lunch. And on my way up here, this is 3 minutes ago, showed the YouTube stream, dropped it on the sidewalk over there. There's still lettuce everywhere. I did my best. I have to go back down there and individually pick up each piece of lettuce because I'm not going to leave it like that, but I had to get up here. So to anybody walking in the offices here, I'm sorry. You
Don't
might
eat
step
that.
on lettuce.
He's going back to get it later.
Yeah.
All right.
All over the place.
While we're here, and this happened, what is Sammy's responsibility here?
Do I need to go? I need to go back and pick up each individual piece of lettuce? I quickly scooped a bunch back into the container
and threw it away.
There is still a good amount of individual lettuce and some pieces of chicken sitting on that sidewalk because it was literally 8:33 and I had to get up here.
Don't litter on purpose, but
correct.
We have grounds maintenance here. And,
Yes.
that'll be part of their
Or
job responsibilities.
the birds will eat it.
Yeah, but you don't have the
It's
equipment-
biodegradable.
You don't have the equipment necessary to
No.
actually clean
I will
salad
have
dressing.
I will
and-
have to crouch
Yeah.
down and pick up each individual piece
you
of
don't have to
lettuce.
do that. It's fine.
Really?
You don't.
I think you're in the clear. You did get it's funny how we reconcile things. We're like, well, I got the bulk of it, so it's fine. Like I got most of it. Well, if you're gonna leave a little, might as well just leave a lot, right? So if you get the bulk of it, I reconcile it the same way you did, Sammy. I got the bulk of it. I cleaned it up as best I could. I threw the plastic container away. I left some lettuce and chicken on the ground. Certainly not on purpose. Birds will eat it, guaranteed. Like it's probably being pecked right now. You know what I mean? Like,
Probably.
somebody is somebody.
And we certainly here at these offices have cleaning staff. We see
Correct.
them.
Correct.
So there will be someone to clean
The
it.
bigger
at some
problem is you
point.
now no longer have lunch.
Now you have no lunch.
I'll
What's your
figure it out.
go-to around here?
Well,
for a day game. when
well, I
you
know
get-
you love going to Jersey Mike's.
I love Jersey Mike's.
Sometimes a Jersey Mike's. Sometimes I'll Uber eat something. Sometimes I'll go somewhere over here. Although, have you guys been to the new cafe downstairs that has reopened?
I heard it's great.
I heard it's really good.
We had
And I missed
Vietnamese
that
coffee
place.
from there, and it was
Okay,
really good.
all right. Well, maybe I'll do that today. Because here's the problem today. I'll be honest. With the weather in Chicago,
Oh, you may be called upon.
it's one of those days where I
might have to vamp.
don't love going out even for 15, 20 minutes. And I will. I'll do that during the season. I'll
Sure.
go out and grab something to come back. But this is risky. And sometimes that weather stuff can happen really quickly. And within 10 minutes, it goes from I'm chilling to I'm on the air. So
Who's on the board for you, Frank?
Frank.
Could Frank feasibly vamp until you
He
got
could,
back?
but
He
I don't
could.
think that's a great look on my part.
No, probably not.
Did I ever tell you about the time I went out? This is my first season. I went out to get Thai food, probably about 10 minutes away from here, somewhere over here in whatever, Kearney Mesa, Mira Mesa.
Yeah.
And do you remember 2022? The Giants, their lights weren't working.
Yes.
Oh,
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lights aren't working. Random thing. Guess where I am?
Not
Out getting Thai food.
Not at the
Oh.
microphone.
I'm 10, 15 minutes away. You know, Dave's like, where's Sam? There's like, he's on his way back. He's on his way back.
Oh my
They're
God.
vamping in the booth. And I got back and I got on. But yeah, got caught.
Jesse and Tony wanting to murder you.
That's the
Just
that's
slit
the
your
only
throat.
that is the only time anything like that has ever happened.
I told
Yes.
you the story when I used to host a pregame show long ago from the building across the street. We didn't get the Padres games on television. So we'd have to go to a sports bar somewhere every single game. We'd finish the pregame show.
Go to a sports
and then
bar.
the first inning, we go to a sports bar. We'd watch about 6 to 7 innings and then drive back and listen to the last inning or two and be able to finish it out.
Right.
But we felt like to have a competent post-game show,
you need to watch it.
you really want to be able to watch the game.
Well,
So-
I know. Well, I hope he's okay that I say this. Like, I think Crisello used to like go ref a basketball game and then
during
come
the
back.
game and then come back and host the post-game show. That's very LO. very LO.
Hopefully that wasn't a secret.
No, it's fine.
When I would be at 94.9 in the morning,
The
I would
Padres weren't that good back then, so it
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
really matter that much.
I would do my first like, hey, what's up? Welcome in, giving away iPads later or whatever. And then I would say, all right, coming up next, here's Walk the Moon. And I would go to the song. I would haul ass to that Carl's Jr. down in Mission Valley and get, like, if I was hungover or something, I'd get like a biscuit and a Coke. And I'm looking around to make sure none of the engineers there. And I mean, bro, I would time it out to where like the song was ending. I was like, and you're back on 94.9. It's your old pal Woodsy. Hope you're having a great Friday.
You can
As
go over the course of like 2 songs.
Not
back to
2,
back,
no.
just one
Bro,
song.
It was about the music. So I would just slide in a bunch of sweepers. You're listening to 94.9. And I would haul ass down to Carl's Jr. And if you'd pull in and be like, oh God, the line is like 4 deep. Do I risk it? Do I risk it? Do I risk it? It was like, I don't know why we were playing these games, but I don't like that.
I'll never forget back at the old station, Padres flagship at the time, and I was running the board on Saturday night or something, and I had to go number 1 so badly, and I was waiting.
Number 1.
Can't go during a commercial break because it was the bathroom was down the hall. It was like
Yeah.
a 3-minute walk to the bathroom
Yeah.
at least. So yeah, all right, I got to get them back from commercial break. So I patched him through. Everything's good to go. I would have to call the hotline on my cell phone
to listen
to the game live so that I can just make sure they don't make a pitching change or something.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there and I'm running down the hall. I got my speakerphone on, and it was like one pitch pop up, next pitch hit batter, and I hear, and there's a ground ball to short.
Oh no.
And I'm like, oh my God. And I am hauling ass. And I think they're like on the Padres radio network.
And you hit the button.
And it was like 1, 2, 3. And then finally I got in there and was like able to hit commercial break.
God, it's
it
just
was
terrifying. I'm really sorry about your salad.
It's
Sammy.
okay. It's
I'm
like
sorry.
a $4 salad.
I know.
It's
but-
not the salad itself. It's the experience of dropping it, having to scoop it up,
and
now being faced with this moral dilemma.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, let's check traffic, and then Sammy, we can talk baseball on not
I
salad.
like lunch chat, actually.
On the other side of our traffic check here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Humboldt Casino. Guys, a little relief on westbound King Freeway before Massachusetts. That crash now just blocking the 2 left lanes. Unfortunately, traffic still at a crawl approaching that westbound King Freeway before Massachusetts. Elsewhere around the county, it's been a pretty good ride. We do have this one crash in the North County, West 78, the southbound 5 connector ramp. Car and semi involved there over the right shoulder. Hey, players, things are about to get real here in San Diego with the all-new Humboldt Casino Resort, where you can play your heart out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. Opening this summer, Humboldt Casino Resort, the player's place. Learn more at HumboldtCasino.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Well, Sammy, I first want to congratulate you because no Padres pre- and post-game show host has ever gone this long in a
Thank you.
season without having to talk about a Padres loss.
Yeah,
so
that's
congratulations.
Thank you.
History,
Thank
man.
you.
That's so
I was a
true.
big part of it.
Yeah, huge part of it.
I got in there, gave the team a pep talk before opening day, before they got on the bus to head to the airport at spring training. So, yes.
It must be nice, though.
It is so fun.
It's been great.
So fun.
It's been so much fun. I mean, it's not just the wins. It's the brand of baseball. I mean, how much fun has this team been to watch? The way they're playing offensively, the way they're putting pressure on the opponent, the base running. I mean, to see Manny running around the way he is, it's incredible. I think Manny looks faster.
He does
this year. I really do. Like
he
I
absolutely
keep
does.
watching him run down the line, and I think he looks faster.
He's
to
always
me,
been
legitimately.
He's always been such a smart base runner. Like,
Yeah.
when he goes, you're like, oh God, what is he doing? He beats it by 3 feet every time. You're like,
Yeah.
wasn't he like 10 for 10 last year, the year before? I can't remember, but he knows when to go. He knows the right guys to go off of, and he knows the good situations. And you've seen a lot of baseball IQ from this team early on this season. You've seen, we talked to Schulte yesterday, and I know, Luis Arraez's batting average isn't going to blow anybody's hair back right now, but you talk about the productive ABs that he's had. It's crazy. They're getting guys on, they're getting guys over, and they're getting guys in, and it's been so much fun. They've had incredibly lucky breaks, balls off a guy's ankles and rolling into the dugout for a double. They've had all of that stuff that has gone in their favor, but they've also taken advantage of every inch that they've been given. It's been awesome.
And it's 2 good teams.
Yeah.
Guardians were a couple of wins away from the World Series last year.
Yep.
I know they didn't do a lot in the offseason. They lost, a bunch of pieces. And the Braves, I think, I keep saying they're going to be okay at the end of the year, although you get off to an 0-7 start. You're starting to get into you're going to be digging yourself out territory unless you quickly make it up.
They'll need to make history. I mean, no team that started 0-7's ever made the playoffs. Is that right? I mean, that's crazy.
It is true, although I did see the stat yesterday, at least Fangraphs projection, that the 0-7 Braves still have a 33% chance of winning their division. The 7-0 Padres have a 5% chance of
incredible.
winning their
Well,
division.
and I will say that is the unbelievable part of this start.
Yeah.
I mean, the 7-0 start's incredible. They deserve all the credit in the world. And then you look up in LA and they're 8-0. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
But it's been so much fun to watch. And now you pair it with the pitching and how good it's been. I think I said it in the post game on Wednesday, and I have it written down in my scorebook. I think it's 4 runs given up in 49 2/3 innings. I mean, it's unbelievable. And it's everybody. It's top to bottom. It's the starting pitching now. It's the bullpen. It's everybody.
I think even more unbelievable than great pitching, which you'll see over occasionally, like a streak like that over the course of the season. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tatis and Arraez have batted 1-2 in every game this year. You have 1 strikeout out of your first 2 spots in the batting order all season. Even Arraez off to a slow start. He has 0 strikeouts. Tatis has 1 strikeout all year. The ball's in play, just constantly pressuring the other team to make mistakes all game long. And, it doesn't always work, but eventually it does. At least it has every game this season.
Yeah, and there is a value to putting the ball in play. I thought we saw it in the Cleveland series a lot. I mean, there were moments in that series where the Guardians were throwing the ball around.
Yep. Arias couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, when you put the ball in play, when you're aggressive on the bases and you're doing the little things right, like it's the most cliche start ever, because you can sit here and say they're doing everything right, the little things right, putting pressure on the opponent, all these very cliche things. But you watch the games and it's true. It really, really is. So brand to baseball wise, it's just been awesome.
Yeah.
Long way to go.
Long way to go.
There's going to be twists and turns.
They're going to lose some games,
Absolutely.
no question about it. There's going to be games where that aggressive defense that aggressive base running probably bites you in the ass a little bit. It does happen. But it's already happened a couple of times. They still managed to scratch out 7 wins. You take the good with the bad, and I love the brand like you talk about. We've been talking about it like crazy. The brand of baseball, the good defense, the aggressive base running, the aggressive hitting, the smart, patient approaches at the plate. You can't draw it up any better. I mean, would you love to see more power from the team? Sure. Those are easy runs. Like when you have a team that's yakking home runs, yeah, great. The 3-run homer is beautiful. But the way these guys are doing it, they can beat you in a few different ways.
I mean, I found that encouraging that they have played so well and they're not hitting home runs. To
Yeah,
me, it's a really
100%.
good sign, because the home runs are going to come from this lineup.
Yep.
And I think I go back to a word that I said to you guys back at spring training, and it's that word continuity. And I talked about it with you guys at spring training, that there was a feeling there of continuity. Even though there were faces that weren't back, the core was back. It's the same coaching staff. It's the same manager. And to this point, it looks an awfully lot like the team we saw in the second half last year. It seems like they've picked up right where they left off from the regular season, and even a better version of it. Yeah. So I keep coming back to that word continuity, and maybe we'll see how it all shakes out. But maybe this is one of those seasons that you feel like was a continuation of the year and the identity, that came before it. We'll see.
Talking to in-season Sammy Levitt in studio here with us, the Padres pregame show. The Eco Water SoCal Padres pregame show begins at 10:20 this morning. And you mentioned weather. It's going to be cold. Dave Marcus has already reported very cold. We don't know about the rest of the potential weather systems this weekend, so Sammy's going to be on his toes. Looking ahead, pitching matchup today. Have they officially named Randy Vasquez as the pitcher? Okay, I just want to make sure.
You know what?
I don't know. I heard you on the postgame show.
Yeah, we usually
Wednesday
get
on why haven't they named Randy Vasquez as the pitcher?
He was obviously in line. We usually get a message with the rotation. We hadn't got it yet, which is not unusual when there's an off day. So I typically don't say they officially have announced it until I get that message. So that's why I said that on Wednesday during the post game. But we'll see how Randy does. It's going to be a cold day, very different conditions than it was at Petco Park. Imanaga has been really good to start the year, and this Cubs offense was great in Sacramento. Now, how much is playing in Sacramento and against the A's, who aren't playing super well so far? How much is that a part of it? Probably a little bit, but the Cubs offense has been really, really good as of late. So we'll see. It's going to be a very different environment, obviously, at Wrigley.
I forgot to roast Eno Saris yesterday. I hope Shota Imanaga gets lit up today, because I had him on my team. I sent Eno my list of keepers, and I asked who I should keep. And he goes, don't keep him, Imanaga. He's going to regress. And I said, all right, I won't keep him. So I didn't.
And he may still.
He could. That's what I'm saying.
Early April.
I understand. But he's got a ERA of less than 1 and 2 starts.
Yeah.
And he's looked dominant. So I need him to get crushed today to prove Eno right.
Kind of bearing the lead here. You're sending your fantasy baseball rosters to one of our guests and asking for advice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Could there be anybody better to send it to?
Paulie, next year I'll offer him $500 to I'll give him my login. He does my draft. I don't have to do anything.
Send it to AJ Preller next year. See what he thinks.
Can you imagine how good he would be at fantasy baseball? But so he told me.
I think he'd have fun with that.
I think he would too.
I think he'd probably do it.
He's probably
busy.
busy.
A little time.
He's probably
he lives
busy.
Fantasy baseball in real
every
life.
day.
Yeah,
I know. Gus says talk about the lineup. We did talk about the lineup, didn't we?
Yeah.
I saw it. No real surprises against the lefty.
Look,
I
Lockridge.
Yeah.
I understand people are caught up with Gavin Sheets, and they should be. He's been great. Again, it's 7 games in.
Yep.
What you're doing is working. You haven't lost the game yet. And I think this early, keep on putting Gavin in a spot where he's been good.
Yeah.
So
let him succeed. You'll give him the best
I don't
chances
think
to
you
succeed.
rock the boat.
Sammy, back in the Northwestern days,
Yes.
how many afternoons did you spend at Wrigley Field?
Only a few because, I mean, well, number one, you're in Evanston, and you guys know when you're in college, your world gets very small.
Yeah.
So we would go into Chicago, but if your friends aren't going to the game, I'll be honest, I didn't find myself like taking the L into Chicago. Not nearly as much as I think I thought I was going to when I first committed to Northwestern.
Now that's weird because
I wasn't an athlete.
I lived in Rogers Park, which wasn't so far from Evanston,
Right.
And I found myself on the L going to Chicago all the time downtown. Yeah,
interesting.
Well, there's not really nothing to do in Rogers Park,
Right.
so you had to
Evanston
go down.
has the whole campus.
Yep.
It's
Were you a Chicago dog dragged through the garden guy, or were you a beef sandwich guy? What were you?
I love the Chicago dog. I love the Italian
beef
sandwiches too. They're all good. Now, keep in mind, also beyond Northwestern, when I was in Amarillo, I was going back and forth to Chicago, and I spent every off season there doing college stuff. And that was weird because I was never there in the spring and summer, so I never went to Wrigley.
Yep.
But I love Chicago. I love that city. I had so much fun there.
So much fun.
I never spent the best time of year there, which was the summer.
It's the best time.
But I've been to Wrigley a handful of times. I went on some very cold days, like in April, May, but then I was out of there by like early June. So I missed most of baseball season. But Wrigleyville, that whole
There's
area,
nothing like it, man.
Lakeview,
So
it's
much fun.
Terrific. Yeah.
So
Such a small. What is the capacity at Wrigley? Like 30
something,
32 maybe. Yeah.
Something small.
And they've done a really nice job around there too, like in updating it and making it more modern while also keeping, I think, a lot of the charm of Wrigleyville. They've done a nice job around there the last half decade or so.
They were so. I've always thought it was funny the places across the street where they built their own bleachers on the rooftop, so they could sell tickets like in their own apartment complex to watch the game, and you just right out there. That's not even officially Cubs anything.
No, I'm so bummed. The Pods really need to play there like in July and August, so we can go out there as a show.
That would be a great trip for you
It's
guys.
a great trip. It's a great trip.
It would have been a brutal trip right now.
Yeah, right now would be terrible. There's a lot of tier ones that are out there checking in already from Wrigley Field. So
you guys are going to Philadelphia?
We are.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing shows from there?
No. We're just going on a show vacation.
So it's a weekend. I haven't even looked.
During
It's a
the
weekend
week.
series.
It's a week
series.
You're probably filling.
We're just
in
taking
for
the week
us.
off.
Yeah, you're probably filling in for us.
Yeah.
So hold on a second. You're taking the week off.
We are.
Yeah.
And you deserve it. I don't want to.
Adam ain't paying for us.
Adam's
to
not
feel
paying.
like-
I know.
He's
I know.
not paying.
I'm just trying to understand the details. You're taking a week off. No shows.
Right.
Just to go enjoy the
Correct.
series.
Yeah.
Will you have any social content? Any...
We gotta go.
We'll tell you. We'll tell you
in a
next
minute.
here on 97.3 The Fan. Cafe. It's been suggested that Jackson Merrill may have made a small misstep during his news conference earlier in the week. We'll get to that coming up in a couple of minutes. But since we left,
can literally do nothing wrong. So.
No, I don't think so either. But we had some audio from our buddy Chris Rose that we're going to play for you. Sammy was asking about our vacation this summer, and I think we did debate whether or not shall we take the radio stuff, and it would be cool.
God,
I'm sure
you wanted to so badly.
Well, I mean,
he really did.
The shows undoubtedly would be cool. We're broadcasting live from Philadelphia. We're here for the Padres Phillies, but as Sammy pointed out during our break, so we go and we're paying. It's our own vacation.
Yeah, we're paying
for it because we want to go and do this as a show.
You guys all often work on vacation,
and if we do the show, it'll be right in the whole day. It's 9 to 1 p.m.
right
Eastern. So then
Adam is just
pretty much the whole day is eaten up by doing the show, and we'll miss our whole vacation then.
That's right.
And so we decided we're going to take 1 week off. It's a short week anyway because it's the 4th of July week. So
you guys are all traveling.
Everyone else is on vacation too, probably that week. So we figured it's not the worst week, and we do our end of the year 2 weeks or week and a half at Christmas. We'll do 1 week in the summer, and I think that should be our kind of standard going forward.
I'm taking way more than that, but yeah.
When each of us will have days off, but we'll still do the show. Like when you're in England, Paulie and I will be here.
Yeah, true.
You know, when I do my family day or two off in July, you and Paulie will be here. We'll still do the show. Paulie's going to Vegas for a week. We'll be here with probably Italian Paul.
Yep.
So it's the only time the whole year, other than at the end at Christmas, that we're all going to be off as a show.
I forgot to tell Paulie, if it turns out that Adam's going to be running the board while you're gone, you guys actually have to cancel your trip. I forgot to tell you there was a caveat. It's in your contract. It's very small.
I'm going to go back and read
back and reread your contract because I put it in there. It's an amendment. It's amendment C4. That's at the very bottom of your contract. So make sure you find that before.
But
just
we're
let me know.
excited. I've never been to Citizens Bank Park. We want to try the cheesesteaks and the roast pork and the pretzels and do something different this summer. And we're going to try to make a fun week out of it. And then we'll have a lot of stories when we get back.
Yeah, of course. It's all content, baby.
So that'll be good.
Can't wait.
Okay. Coming up in our next segment, we actually have a guest coming up at 9:20. Big weekend up at Front Wave Arena. The San Diego Sockers are hosting the 8-team MASL playoffs starting tonight. They're going to play umpire. Their legendary captain, Kraig Chiles, who has reached 300 career goals in indoor soccer. He's going to be with us for a few minutes to hype up the playoffs and see if they can. I think had a near sellout in their last game, almost 5,000 people. So they want a good crowd tonight. Sunday, if they win again, it'll be the semifinals. So we're going to talk. He's a really good guy. I was with him up in Wednesday. I did a story with him up at Front Wave Arena.
I was just going to ask if either of you guys had been up there for any
it's
of
a
that.
really,
it's awesome.
Really
I've heard
cool,
nothing but great things.
Like 5,000 seat arena. I mean, it's sharp in there. You'd like it. I mean, it's hard to find. You got to drive around, but once you're there, it's really sharp. So we're going to talk to Kraig Chiles coming up at 9:20. However, I want to play this audio for you because I didn't even think about it. We were listening to the whole press conference, and I dismissed it at the time. But Chris Rose doing what is the podcast now? He changed the name, or is it still the Rose Rotation? Or
as far as I don't know,
it's something else.
Part of John Boy Network.
It's part of this John Boy Network. So he suggested that Jackson Merrill may have inadvertently and taken a shot at Juan Soto during his contract extension news conference. This is Chris Rose, and who's with him?
It's Trevor Plouffe.
Trevor Plouffe. Okay.
I know there's contracts out there that are beyond absurd. They're super amounts of money, but having a relationship with a real human being and a real team like I have here, you can't just sign for $700 million and want everything to be perfect,
What'd you think when you first heard that? I don't think it was a slight at Juan Soto. I don't, because he wasn't even there when he signed his extension. He got traded from San Diego. He didn't leave San Diego, or he didn't sign away from San Diego. Do you know what I mean?
He specifically said $700 million.
Shohei signed for $700. Juan Soto signed for $800. So he's talking about Shohei?
He signed for $765, and it's going to be $800 million.
Just saying. I really don't think it was a slight at anybody. I think he was having those discussions, and he kind of regurgitated some of those discussions.
I don't know, man. Soto, for the time he was there, knew he was a hired gun. He knew he wasn't going to sign an extension there. Now, when he became a free agent, is there the possibility he could have gone back to San Diego? There's that possibility. But he knew that each of his last 2 stops, once he got traded from Washington, San Diego and the Yankees, that he was there for very, very short span. And Jackson Merrill made that point. He made that point that it's not all about me eventually going out and making sure that I've got this and that and the other thing. Like, I'm good being a 21-year-old center fielder, not being the star of the team, although I think he's going to be one day.
All right. So, love Chris Rose.
I love Rosie too. I thought he was. I thought
Cliff made a good point though. Jackson Merrill was nowhere near this on the scene. When Juan Soto was
I mean,
here.
I think the Soto and the Shohei contract certainly informed Jackson's mindset when he brought up the number $700 million. But I don't think he was. I think I agree with Trevor Plouffe. I don't think he was directly like trying to take a shot at either of those guys. He was just giving an example of how much money you can get when you wait in free agency.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And go for $700 million. But he wanted some of the things that you can get when you sign a little bit earlier for less money. And it doesn't even mean that one way is the right way or the other way is the wrong way. It just means that what Jackson wanted was the security and the stability of being with an organization that he knew and he liked. And he knew that to do that, he was going to have to give up the potential of, maybe $700 million down the line. It's not a shot at Juan Soto. It's just simply Jackson describing what he was looking for in a contract.
But I mean, what if it was? So what if it was? Great. Good. Fine. Like, that's not what I want.
But one see, and Trevor makes the point. No one was bitter.
No, there was no bitterness.
He was traded away. Even the Yankees fans shouldn't be bitter that he signed. Everybody knew that Juan Soto was going to go to free agency and he was going to sign the massive deal.
Yeah.
Whoever offered him the massive deal. Sure, he would be back in San Diego. If the Padres had offered $800 million, he'd be back here in San Diego. If the Yankees had offered $800 million, he'd have stayed with the Yankees. But it was the Mets who offered the biggest money. No one was under any illusion that anything else was going to happen with Juan Soto. So why be mad about it?
But I think the part that got me was you can't just sign for $700 million and expect everything, to be perfect on the team. And I when I heard it first, I went, "Ooh," but I don't care. That's great.
See, again,
it's good for the game.
I didn't necessarily draw the connection right to Soto because
I actually thought Ohtani at first.
Soto's played 7 games since he signed.
I know. I really did think about Ohtani first, but if that's the case, then more power to Jackson Merrill. But I don't have a problem with it. I like it. Jackson Merrill is he's his own person. He's going to do things the way that he wants to do them. He's now set. He's good. Got a chance to cash in on another big contract before his time is done in Major League Baseball, more than likely. But I love it. I thought it was great. And listen,
how big do you think Jackson Merrill gets as far as the face of baseball? Not just the face of the Padres. Nationally, like when's his big shoe deal?
Here's the thing that's going to hold Jackson Merrill back, face of baseball wise. Jackson Merrill
doesn't play for the Dodgers.
Well, true.
Does he have a dog?
Tatis is a pretty big face of baseball playing in San Diego. Jackson Merrill's more Mike Trout than Tatis.
No, I disagree.
You don't think so?
Fully.
He's much more like a Caucasian Tatis
than Mike Trout is. Hey man, in the off season, don't bother me. I'm hunting. I'm fishing. Jackson Merrill in the off season is like, I'm hitting off. I'm bored. I want to play baseball. He is like, if you were going to market him, he could be one of the faces.
I think so too. I've seen him. I've seen him already.
To Mike Trout.
He's been doing like Victus bat commercials alongside Tatis and other superstars. But like, I don't know. Can you see Jackson Merrill ever on the cover of MLB The Show like Tatis was? I could. I really could.
Yeah, Mike Trout was too. I mean, it's not an insult to compare someone to Mike Trout.
It kind of is.
Kind of.
But I just don't think Jackson really cares that much about the trappings.
No, I don't think he does
of being a baseball player. And I'm not saying that Tatis is all about it, but he's certainly willing to, you do some more Instagram videos and stuff like that. Jackson's social media feed is selfies with him and his buddies in the offseason, and that's it.
And his home runs and stuff. He's no different.
Well, yeah, he'll post them, but Tatis has like a a arm.
Yeah, as he should.
Goes along as he should. I'm not. I'm not.
Why do you hate success?
I'm not casting. How did I end up somehow insulting both Jackson Merrill and Fernando Tatis Jr. in this conversation? I don't know.
Boy, I hope this doesn't get back to them. Jeez, but they're going to be welcome to that clubhouse. No, he's not. Look, Jackson Merrill flashy? Yes, he's absolutely flash.
Oh,
he's got
flash.
the tattoos.
He's got style.
He's got the
Yeah, he's
swag.
got
Like
style.
100%. It's
He
not.
showed more swagger and flash last year in his rookie season than Mike Trout has shown in
his whole
10
career.
years.
I know.
That's
You're
true.
absolutely right.
That's definitely true.
He's the new generation.
But to be the face, it requires a surprising amount of off-season work that
Shohei
goes
does
into
nothing, dude. It's given to him.
No, Shohei.
As far as
maybe
like,
not here, but I guarantee
like
you
self-promotion,
to
though?
do those like the billboards that are all over Japan and they're for all kinds of products and fashion lines. He probably has to spend weeks in going into studios and shoots and modeling sessions with makeup artists. And all right, we're going to do this 17 different ways with different lighting. And I don't necessarily see Jackson Merrill wanting to do that in the offseason. And that's good.
Shohei has done one commercial here, the New Balance commercials. The one
Here,
you see
not
all the
much,
time.
but
that's what I'm talking
in
about.
Japan, it's insane.
Well, we agree. Jackson Merrill is not going to be the face of baseball in Japan moving forward. That I think we can all agree on.
He could, but probably not happening.
It's, they had the post yesterday. Somebody has been tracking how many posts Major League Baseball's made about which team. The Dodgers far exceeding it. The Yankees number 2. The Padres are actually number 3 in that. So that's
the biggest surprise. Not that the Dodgers had the most, right?
Right. No, that's
all right.
Dodgers and Yankees 1 and 2.
Let me just revise my statement. Jackson Merrill absolutely has the potential
to be a face,
style, to be the face of baseball.
There's not just
Does
one
he have
face,
the desire to do what it takes off the diamond to do that.
Right. When I asked, I said a face.
I think he's one of the
Ellie De La
faces.
Cruz is a face.
Right.
Paul Skeens is a face. Fernando Tatis Jr. is a face. There's a bunch. I just wonder, I'm just thinking about how big does Jackson Merrill's star get?
As big as he wants.
And
it,
by
man,
the way,
honestly.
because Jackson's so young and is establishing himself so early, when he's 27, all these other faces will be aging, washed up stars for the most part.
Yeah.
Shohei will be, 36. None of those guys will be the same players. Now, other new stars will emerge, but Jackson maybe just kind of by default at that point could be one of the biggest faces of
How many
baseball.
Jackson, can we get like the Jackson 5 in baseball?
Yeah,
Jackson
we need
Holiday,
Jackson Churio, Jackson Holiday. We need 2 more.
Yeah.
Create the
Sure, we
Jackson
can make
5.
that happen.
I've seen people in the chat. They're comparing less Mike Trout, more Bryce Harper for Jackson Merrill. And I can kind of see that.
Yeah,
I can see that one a little
bit.
bit.
Let's change Leo DeVries' name to Jackson DeVries and Jackson Salas. And then we can have 3/5 of the Jackson 5.
Yeah, so you've amended your statement. I agree. But yeah, Maggie nails it. Merrill is embracing the city and fan base like Harper does. Yeah, you have to.
The Bryce Harper comparison's a good one.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Really good one. Well done, Tier 1s.
All right, let's take a time out. When we come back, as we mentioned, Kraig Chiles leading the San Diego Sockers, trying to win, I believe it would be their 17th championship if they can get it done, hosting the playoffs this weekend. A really good guy and really good face of indoor soccer in San Diego. He's going to join us coming up next with Ben and Woods after traffic on 97.3 The Fan. First, I'm going to talk about sdfatloss.com. Now that I'm working days, I see people that I haven't seen, so I'm getting new compliments from people at the TV station. Like, did you lose some weight? I go, yeah, it's been a while actually, but I appreciate you noticing. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, summer of 2023 on the sdfatloss.com program. And since then, I've been trying to inspire everybody else in San Diego to pick up the mantle and start losing weight. Tier 1s, you've lost thousands of pounds already. Join us in the weight loss journey. It's a simple strategy. Doctors put it together where you can eat real food. You don't have to exercise. You can lose up to a pound of fat per day and 10 to 20% of your body weight in 60 days. Just set up your free consultation at sdfatloss.com. Take advantage of the spring special. This month, $200 off still. And when you start this month, by the time summer gets here, you're going to be a new you, looking better, feeling better, less pain. And you're just going to enjoy your summer better. I promise you. I have the last couple of years. You can as well. Set it up today. No injections. No need to buy any shakes or bars or mixes. Real food, real weight loss, sustainable weight loss at sdfatloss.com. That's sdfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
San Diego sometimes gets a knock as a team, a town that doesn't win championships. I was at my desk yesterday talking to Wale, and we were talking about opening day and what a scene it is down. And he goes, "Well, you've covered championship parades before," and I go, "No, Wale, I have not. I'm a San Diego sportscaster," because he came from Boston. And
Yeah.
I've covered a few of them.
Yeah,
I go,
a few dozen.
Yeah, no, I've
Still waiting.
Never covered a championship parade. But if you're looking for championships in San Diego, there's always one organization that's really done it about as well as any professional sports team anywhere all time. 16-time indoor soccer champion. San Diego Sockers are going for number 17. And the quest begins tonight with the MASL quarterfinal playoff matchup at Front Wave Arena in Oceanside, taking on the Empire Strikers. And we're joined right now by their longtime captain. I did a story last night, aired on Channel 10. I called him the LeBron James of indoor soccer because 40 years old, still playing the game. Kraig Chiles is with us here on 97.3 The Fan. Kraig, it is good to have you on. Good morning, and congratulations on another successful season.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, we lift trophies, but we don't do parades.
No, I get it.
So.
We don't do either, Kraig, in here. I know my colleague Ben did a story on you. I wanted you to rate his performance as a professional. How did that story go? I've not seen it yet.
Oh, 9.4 out of 10. He did great. He had it was a great experience.
Thank you.
Good.
I appreciate it.
That's
I thought
good.
I did a nice job on the story yesterday.
We know that you thought that. We know that you thought that.
And I asked Kraig about it because, you see golfers obviously play in their 40s, baseball players, Yuli Gurriel, you can play baseball late. Basketball's tough. LeBron's one of the only ones keeping it going. Soccer, though, you're running around
so much
the
running,
entire
Kraig.
time. We gave up running. We're in our 40s. We gave up running 40 years ago.
That's right.
Kraig, you're still doing it. I find that amazing. Tell everybody why you won't hang up the cleats.
Indoor soccer and outdoor soccer have obviously some differences and little nuances. Indoor gives me a little bit more freedom to kind of pick and choose my moments to get out there and play. So with special teams and power plays and free kicks, I still have the opportunity to get out there and impact the game without having to, put my body on the line like kind of some of the younger players in their prime may do. But, this late in my career, the motivation that keeps me going is my family and being able to play in front of all my friends and family, week in and week out, and being able to compete for a championship every single year.
And that's something that the Sockers can absolutely offer. Every single year, you guys are in the mix. Talking to Kraig Chiles from the San Diego Sockers, and this will be if you guys win it this year, this will be number what for you? 6?
This will be 7. For
7,
me.
Man. That is that's a. I mean, if you quit today, that's a really solid career. Going for number
300
7
goals. He just scored his 300th career
300 goals is an incredible feat. The new arena too, Front Wave, it has been really successful for you guys. How cool has it been to be in there this season?
It's been unbelievable. It's the next chapter in the San Diego Sockers franchise, and we want nothing more than to bring that trophy back to San Diego, and in particular, start Front Wave in Oceanside off with a bang. And the atmosphere has been great. The fan support up there has been great. Obviously, the infrastructure and the stadium is all brand new and state of the art, top quality, top of the line stuff. And so I'm just lucky to be playing still this, at my age, and I am fortunate enough to be able to, be part of the Del Mar Arena days, into the sports arena with all the history, and now helping the organization open up a new chapter in Front Wave.
So, Kraig, you guys fight all season. You're in the second seed in the playoffs behind Chihuahua. But all that gets you is a single elimination game quarterfinal against a very competitive, tough team, the Empire Strikers. Some might say your closest rivals tonight. It's like the Padres and the Dodgers, except they're up in Ontario, I think, is where they play. So it's kind of a dangerous matchup tonight for you guys.
We're confident. We have a really good team. We've beaten this team 6 times out of 6 this year, but you're right. A lot of the games have come to 1 goal. I think last time we played them, it went into overtime, and we snuck it out in OT up there. And so we're not looking past Ontario. We know this is going to be a very, very challenging game for us. And in a one-off game scenario, anything can happen, but we're going to focus on, the weekly game plan we put together. And we're going to focus on, making sure we take care of business at home and focus on ourselves.
Well, Kraig, thank you so much for your time, man. How can fans get tickets for all 3 days of action out at Front Wave?
I know the San Diego Sockers and Front Wave are both selling them online. They're day passes. The cool thing about this weekend, this event is, we've got teams in town from Utica, New York, Midwest, Milwaukee coming into town, Kansas City coming into town. So it's a good opportunity to come see the San Diego Sockers, but it's also the best indoor soccer teams and talent in the entire country showing up to Front Wave this weekend.
Yeah, you can go to frontwavearena.com, see multiple games this weekend. And again, if the Sockers win tonight, you play again on Sunday in the semifinals. And then the final 2 teams will have a home and home to determine the champion. Kraig, congratulations. Let's see if we can get title number 17 for the San Diego Sockers this postseason. Good luck to you and the team.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Kraig.
Kraig Chiles, the captain of the San Diego Sockers, 300 career goal scorer. And definitely, if you're a soccer fan, one of the legends of indoor soccer in the game, in the sport.
I got to get up to that arena.
It really is cool. They got good food options. I really want to try it. They got this place. It's called Tanner's Prime Burgers. Ooh. And it's a stand, but there's also a restaurant in Oceanside. And I've gone a couple of times, and the line is so long out the door, I haven't actually been able to get a burger yet at Tanner's, but you can get them at Front Wave Arena, which is one of the options that they have. They have cool clubs like in the corners, like a Modelo club or something. And it's really, really nice space. I mean, most of the seats are right down low.
Yeah, down low.
Then they have like some suites and some balcony seats as well. I don't think they open the balcony seats for the Sockers game, but the suites are open as well. It's a really nice, anything that's really new, you just walk through and you feel like, all right, this place is pristine, really. And they put in new turf as well. It's the blue turf, like Boise State, but a darker blue. Looks really good in there.
Yeah, it's from what I've seen, man, the crowds have been coming out this year. So yeah, this is what you live for if you're an indoor soccer fan, man. It's playoff time. So tickets at frontwavearena.com.
All right, this hour of Ben and Woods is brought to you by Frozen Ropes San Diego. Hey, parents, here's a message from Coach Kurt at Frozen Ropes. Is your child 6 to 12 years old? Then Baseball Summer League is the perfect fit for your players. Starting June 16th through August 17th, Summer League includes 8 practices and 8 games. Register by April 30th and save $100. Just go to SanDiegoFrozenRopes.com. All right, Paulie's got the Reindl Report in what is now our penultimate segment of the day coming up next, since we've got 2 segments left to get you to Sammy's pregame show. Paulie, what do you have for us headline-wise coming up next?
Let's see. I've got an update on a story we've already talked about today.
That's
actually.
always fun.
Yeah.
Quick updates on breaking news in the world of sports from Paulie Reindl.
There you go. Looking forward to it. Listen up, everybody. My friends over at EcoWater. They want to take care of you. They want you to get the EcoWater system in your home, the reverse osmosis system. You'll get bottled quality water straight from the tap. Their alkaline filters take hydration to the next level. We got the system. We love it. Soft, purified water, total game changer. It's something that I know as long as they're in business, we will have it in our home. They've been in business, by the way, since 1925. So I don't think they're going anywhere. You hear EcoWater all over this radio station for good reason, man. These guys are the best at what they do. It's the best water that you will ever drink. Get a free in-home water test today. Also, wanted to let you know, clean water deserves clean air. EcoWater SoCal also has state-of-the-art air purification that moves 99.99% of pollutants. So now we've got the pure water, the fresh air. Happy family, all thanks to EcoWater SoCal. Try the soft life and alkaline water now for just $9.95 a month. Call 760-350-3338 or visit EcoWaterSoCal.com. Once again, 760-350-3338 or EcoWaterSoCal.com. Make sure to tell them Woodsy sent you. Not everything in life should be hard, especially your water. Keeping it soft since 1925. It's EcoWater.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
It's not just Padres Cubs Day with Randy Vasquez taking on Shota Imanaga. It's also tomorrow I think is Roki Sasaki Day for the Dodgers. But the Dodgers open a series against the Phillies today. Yeah, it's a good series. Yamamoto against Luzardo today in the opener of their series at 3:45 this afternoon at Citizens Bank Park.
Yep, and then Roki will go tomorrow.
I mean, it doesn't matter, but there does seem to be a bit of a what do they call it? A last longer competition, a last longer bet. Who can stay undefeated?
Yeah.
The last. And the Padres have to put their undefeated streak on the line first because they'll be done before the Dodgers even take the field today. But if the Padres do win, Dodgers have a tough matchup against a tough pitcher in a tough environment today against a Phillies team that is also, I think, 4-1 or 5-1 to start the season, playing good baseball. So Padres got through a couple of good teams in the Braves and the Guardians. The Dodgers have swept the Cubs, the Braves, and who did they play in their first series? I don't know. I can't remember.
Somebody not great, I don't think.
Yeah, doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter. 8-0.
Yeah, they are 8-0.
Tigers.
That's right. Yeah, they beat Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, they did.
That was worth something for sure. So we'll see if both teams can keep it going today. Already at historic levels. Only 5 seasons ever have 2 teams started at least 7-0 or better at the same time in Major League Baseball. How long can it keep going? We will find out by the end of this afternoon. Paulie's got some headlines for us in the Reindl Report. We'll get to that after one more check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danek.
Traffic is sponsored by Islands Restaurants. Well, if you can believe this, westbound King Freeway to northbound 125 is shut down all due to an accident. This happened right after they reopened all lanes westbound King before Massachusetts. Yeah, that early morning overturn crash had lanes blocked most of the morning westbound King before Massachusetts. But now you got this in the backup. Westbound King at the northbound 125 connector blocked at this time to clear crash. Fortunately, no other incidents or accidents to deal with, and we're definitely dealing with dry roads this morning. So there's some good news. Big on protein, rich on flavor. The new $10 Islands Restaurants protein bowls are here for a limited time, packed with over 40 grams of protein and stacked with fresh ingredients for the flavors you love. Just in a bowl. Find your protein paradise at islandsrestaurants.com. I'm Kelly Danek with Ben & Wood, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And get things started here with our today's edition of the Reindl Report.
Now tuned into the greatest.
Welcome to the Reindl Report with Paul Reindl.
Hi, Paul.
All right.
2 stories from the world of sports that we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll start off in Major League Baseball.
And 1 story that you didn't know you needed.
Are you laughing, biatch?
It's the Reindl Report
Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
on 97.3 The Fan.
Are you ready to bless the mood? I need some help, please.
That was good.
Can I get a yeah? Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right.
I am screaming right now based on a comment that we just got in the YouTube chat from our buddy Nick. He says, can you guys bring back Lita Lowenfish to the broadcast? I miss him. And for those longtime tier ones that may remember, it was one of our worst interviews ever. Nothing against Lee personally. He's an author. But he
Get a
wanted
book out.
It's about scouting.
The only thing that I think is crazy about this story
That I
it-
booked
it
it.
wasn't me who
Yes.
booked the interview.
Correct.
Usually I make suggestions for interviews.
Yep.
Woods shoots them down and
Correct.
we just move on.
We move on.
But in this case, it was Woods, and I was legitimately surprised when
Oh,
he suggested it. Really? You want to
He was
like
passionate.
an author? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to say no.
So we get these emails a couple times a week from publishing houses and PR firms. Hey, so and so's got a new book about what it was like to work in the pits with Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's available for interviews.
That's a perfect made up example, but it's a perfect example of what the kind of pitches we get. It is.
That's what we get.
We gotta start. I gotta start sharing them with you guys. They're absolutely unbelievable. What was it like to be watching the guy that carried the bag of Jack Nicklaus at the Masters in 1979? I mean, bro, it is insane. Oh my God. Yeah, the clubhouse attended at Augusta National from 1974. All right, man, I'm good. I don't know what.
Like some examples here.
I don't know what happened to me, but I lost my mind briefly. And the book, I think there was some validity to it. It was talking about scouting, basically. Scouting
and
in baseball.
sometimes those authors are very engaging,
Yeah.
good conversationalists.
I actually searched. I found in my emails the confirmation for the interview. I'm sure they were like, "Whoa, really? You guys want to? Okay, yeah, sure. He's available anytime." Yeah.
How surprised was this PR rep?
Well, this was talk about Throwback Thursday. It was 2 years ago yesterday.
Wow.
That we had him on. Actually, it would have been 2 years ago today that we had him on. But yeah, the confirmation came down.
This is the anniversary.
Baseball's endangered species. Inside the craft of scouting by those who lived it. And
See, that's interesting to
Woods
me.
said, we have to get this man on. See if he's available in his big book tour.
Did we save any of the audio, Paulie?
I hope not.
I don't. I'd have to go
It was
really
so
dig
Let's
up
just
on
say,
some-
and no offense, Lee writes a good book,
It
but
was a good book.
wasn't the most dynamic of radio guests.
Oh my God, he didn't stop. He just didn't stop.
Mm.
I would rather listen to Lee Lowenfish than our show today, though. I think if I had to choose,
The show today's been
I've had a
good.
fun
terrible.
time.
I will listen to Lee
We've had a good
Lowenfish
show today.
any day of the week over a Ben and Woods Friday show after a
Paulie and
round
I were
table
just
with no
commenting.
game.
The conversation we just had about Jackson Merrill at the top of the hour, I thought was really, really solid with Sammy in. This has been a good, with no game yesterday. I think this has been a really solid Friday show.
Oh, man. That
No game yesterday.
Paulie's
Sammy
line just saved it for me, though. The Dale Earnhardt. So
By the way,
good.
get used to this because we have 6 more Fridays that come after off day Thursdays in a row
That
to
can't
start
be
the
right.
season for the
It
Padres.
just can't be right.
They do
Ben.
not play on a Thursday until the middle of like late May or something. God,
Yeah,
look at
we'll,
that schedule.
we'll typically have Mike Schilt joining us on Fridays, so we didn't have that either. So we're just,
We're just winging it. God dang, that's
Doing what we
funny,
gotta
Paulie. Dale Earnhardt. It's my line of the week. It's so elite.
I mean, those are exactly the types of titles. And
What was it like in the pits with Dale Earnhardt? Oh man, that laid me out, dude. Thank you for that. I needed that so bad.
They called him the Intimidator, but you just wouldn't know unless you saw him really in the pits and that look in his eyes the morning of a race.
Oh man, I tell you, man, just keep kicking ass out there, Dale. Hell yeah, brother.
No one climbed through the window of their car the way Dale Earnhardt climbed through that window. I must have watched it out 300 times. Yeah.
I mean, that is just
tell you what,
it's the best line you ever had. It's incredible. It's so true too.
glad I could lift your spirits there on this
Thank you,
horrible
Thank
Friday
you
show.
on this terrible Lee Lowenfish. We'll call it a Lowenfish.
Can't believe it was 2 years ago today.
That's
and then
insane.
a year
That's
ago,
weird.
yesterday was our first pitch.
Yeah,
at the Padres
that's right.
game.
That was fun. That was great.
Well, going back about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, 2 hours and 20 horrible minutes ago, we were doing Don't Do This. And we talked about Ja Morant and how on Tuesday he did the pistol fingers celebration and he was warned by the NBA, don't do this. Don't do it again. Had a off day on Wednesday. And then last night hits the game winner. And of course, celebrates with another gun celebration motion.
Do you think? Okay, look, we didn't talk about this earlier. Do you think he did it accidentally because he just likes doing it, or did he do it on purpose because he didn't like being told not to?
It was
do
100. I would bet anything that he did that on purpose. It was calculated.
Didn't he say after game? He's like, I don't care.
Yeah. So we knew the NBA was not going to be very pleased with that. It was just a matter of, will he be suspended? How big will the fine be? And we've got it. He was fined $75,000 this morning by the league, which, you know, I don't know how much that means to him as a multi-millionaire, but that's bigger than most fines. I think most fines are like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. So the NBA coming down pretty hard on.
Does he do it again in his next game?
I mean, 75,000 a pop, dude.
No, I would imagine it'll go up
escalating.
and escalate. 150,000 next time.
Yeah, the league calls the gesture inappropriate and says that Morant was previously warned by the league office that this gesture could be interpreted in a negative light. He did it again, second time this week. He was suspended twice 2 years ago for actual gun, you know, the videos and everything. So now he's just kind of making a mockery of the NBA.
He's just kind of flaunting his, you know, he's just being a rebel. That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I
Sorry.
absolutely believe it was on purpose, though.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Kind of a slow day yesterday in sports, but, you know, we used to watch and actually talk about on the show all the time, Hard Knocks. I've watched a little bit.
Yeah, we're desperate.
I've watched a little bit over the last few seasons. I do like the in-season episodes that
Never
they do
watched
now.
one yet.
They're I think they're better than the
better?
preseason, because the preseason, I mean,
They did the Giants, was it?
yeah, I think so. They've done the Giants. Like the preseason ones were good, and you got to like get attached to some of these stories.
You've seen one, you've seen them all pretty much.
Yeah,
for the
and
preseason.
if you didn't watch it like the day that it aired, the guy could have been cut by the time you actually watch that episode. But there's always been a pretty hard set of criteria for what teams can be eligible to be on Hard Knocks, because I don't think the teams particularly like it. But the NFL does have, they have an agreement, NFL Films, HBO Max, like they have to do it if chosen to do so. But it was always like, if you have a first-year head coach, you don't have to do it. If you were in the playoffs last year, you don't have to do that. Well, the NFL has expanded their criteria of who's available, so it's expanding the pool of possible teams starting this upcoming offseason or in spring or training camp and the in-season. Like over 20 teams are now eligible. It used to be like 5 or 6.
Yeah, it was only by the time they got through all the exceptions, you were only left with 5 or 6 teams. The problem is that they tended to be the same teams over and over again.
And the Browns every other year.
And one of the exceptions is then you don't have to do it again. So I think they were going to have like no teams eligible.
Yeah,
so
if you've done it in the last 5 years, you don't have to do it again. So they have expanded their criteria a little bit. It says the new eligibility rules only will prohibit teams that have a first-year head coach or a team that is in a division that has already been picked to be featured in the next 2 seasons.
Okay.
So if they know, like, hey, not this year, but next year, the Arizona Cardinals are going to be on Hard Knocks, then the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks, they would be ineligible.
Got it.
But they are opening it up to get more than just like 3, 4, 5, or 6 possible teams. They're going to try to expand it, get a little bit more star power.
Yeah, Dominic said the in-season one this year was for the AFC North, which is pretty cool.
I did watch a little bit of that. And I don't know if that was that Hard Knocks or that was just
was that something else?
I don't know if that was something else.
There's a
but
Netflix
I did watch a little bit
series.
of it.
They all do start to run together now. Every
so
streaming
no
platform.
first-year head coaches, because I'd be interested in watching Pete Carroll do his thing with the Raiders.
Yeah.
They just signed Geno Smith to a 2-year contract extension. Seems insane, $75 million for Geno Smith, but man, that's what quarterbacks
they
get nowadays. So I guess turn over the keys to the franchise to Geno and Pete Carroll this year in Las Vegas.
Still haven't decided if I'm going all in yet.
On your Raiders fandom?
Yeah, it was fleeting. As most things are with me, but it's fleeting.
I never really believed
you didn't
going all in on the Raiders.
Once I didn't buy a hat when I was in Las Vegas, I thought maybe I'm not all in.
Oh, I do like Geno Smith.
I got made fun of a lot for saying that maybe I'll just pick a crappy team. They're close, on my time zone. I can watch them. But people made fun of me a lot. But who am I going to root for?
Until San Diego, if they were ever to get a team back, then I'd be in. I'm just going to watch Red Zone. I'm happy with the red
Someone
zone.
in our chat this
saw that.
morning had mentioned there was a story, USA Today. So the Cincinnati Bengals say they could be on the move if the team doesn't get their lease renewed at Paycor Stadium.
Now, I would never wish that upon another city.
And they
That being said,
they brought up 5 possibilities of where the Bengals could move, and on the list, San Diego.
No.
I don't think this is more than a speculative list.
but the Bengals would be awesome, dude. Joe Burrow would. I mean, come on.
T. Higgins,
San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Salt Lake City, Orlando. San Diego.
No, yes, 100%. San Antonio over here. Give me a break. Give me a break. This town can support it.
Yes, they can. Where are they going to play?
I don't know. Figure it out. Snapdragon for a while.
Get
For a
it.
while.
Pretty small.
For a while.
NFL team.
For a while. For a small. The Chargers played in Carson for a couple of years.
True.
Like, figure
True.
it out.
Yeah, if you were going to build a stadium, you could definitely. I would take the Bengals. I would.
In a New York minute, you take the Bengals here, Ben. It'd be so fun.
All right, and then finally, gentlemen, we are, I believe, 3 weeks.
You know, I don't want to steal someone else's team.
I said that too, but
they have a good fan base.
Okay, well, listen. So were
did
the
we.
Chargers. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. It's the way of the world. All right, sorry.
I don't know. Does the NFL ever expand beyond 32 teams?
I don't know.
Adam Paul says Montgomery Field is always. We could see the new stadium if they built it at Montgomery Field from our studio right here.
That'd be great.
All right, finally, this Sunday, we will be 3 weeks away from Easter Sunday, I believe.
Yes.
Easter egg hunts and decorating and all that fun stuff for the children. But the New York Times is predicting that because of the price of eggs just skyrocketing over the last few months, that people are actually turning to Easter potatoes to paint those and dye those and decorate those instead. You can get like small potatoes,
like
small
new potatoes.
Yeah, little new potatoes.
Yeah.
You peel them first, or
No,
do you
just paint them.
You just paint them on just as is.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to do the big giant item.
Big, yeah.
Big.
All right, by the way, kids, you're looking for the big giant potatoes in the yard.
Potatoes USA is a marketing group. They've been trying to make this a thing for like years.
Yeah, of course they have. Who's a potato marketer, by the way? What do you do? I work for I'm in marketing. For what? For who?
I'm the CEO of Potatoes USA.
Yeah. Yeah, I do I do all the marketing for, potatoes. Really?
I mean,
yeah. Just trying to market potatoes.
I mean, I guess all these products,
They still have like
Got Milk was a real campaign, and it wasn't for like a milk company.
No,
it wasn't
it
for
was
like
milk.
Nudson or it was just for milk.
Yeah,
they just wanted
cotton,
people to drink
the fabric of our lives,
fabric of our lives, the touch, the feel of cotton.
That's right,
the fabric of our lives. So potatoes are potatoes.
How do you decide? Oh, I guess they did it for beef. It's what's for dinner.
That's for dinner.
Just
Beef.
How do you
What's
figure
for
out
dinner?
what deserves its own marketing?
Of course, you can still have the plastic eggs and put some candy or whatever.
Yes,
for
that's
the
what I was
kids.
thinking was probably the more logical.
But I definitely dyed
economic
Easter,
decision.
dyed
Yeah, we did
eggs as a
the
kid.
PAS, PAAS, little
yeah.
box of little tablets that
the
would
little
create
wire
dye,
hub
and the
that would
little
never
wire-
hold the
No,
egg
it would never
ever.
hold.
Or there'd always be a line in the dye, like
And
you'd
you never
see the white egg.
And you never have the patience to let it sit there long enough to really get a good color. So it just kind of be a very faded,
just paint some
blonde
potatoes
color.
instead.
Look, there's times where I consider myself an excellent father. And then there are times when I consider myself a giant deadbeat turd. It's things like that where I'm like, I'm checking out.
Holiday
Dad, let's dye eggs. I'm like, let me know.
Pumpkins?
Let me know. I'll do a tiny bit, Paulie, of the smell, the cleanup, all of that.
What else do we got? We got the Easter eggs.
Easter
we got
eggs,
the pumpkins, gingerbread houses.
No, we don't do that in our house.
Okay.
But Hannah's so good at it, and she actually likes to do it.
And we're both deviled eggs fans. I've never had a deviled potato, but
I haven't either, but I would try it.
I mean, you can make mashed potatoes instead of deviled eggs, I guess.
How do you guys celebrate Memorial Day?
Not like you do.
Huge party, bottle service, just like
Where's
you.
my invite been?
Right. No, it's the thing every year where I kind of dread because the kids, they really, I like to do the hunts and stuff. I like to hide the eggs and, participate in that. but the dyeing and the carving of the pumpkin is where I just
Carving the pumpkin's even worse.
It's worse. It
I
is
think so.
worse.
I'd rather paint eggs.
Scooping
than
out
carve
of
a
the
pumpkin.
innards of the
It
pumpkin,
reeks, dude.
Ah,
It
I hate
reeks.
that smell. Hate that smell.
I did like baking the seeds though. Did you guys ever do that?
Hannah does that, and
Yeah.
they're delicious.
So
Pumpkin
good.
seeds, yeah. I
You can also just go to the 7-Eleven and buy a
Get
bag
seeds.
of salted ones already.
Well, we're out of here. Actually,
no, we're not.
we're not.
All right, I have no idea. What are we doing in our
We'll figure it
last
out.
segment? I guess we'll surprise.
I've only got
everybody.
12 segments on our rundown. What the hell are we
Coming
supposed
up,
to do?
surprise segment coming up next before Sammy's pregame show. More Ben and Woods, hour number 5, next year on 97.3 The Fan.
Hour number 5 of Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. We could go all day. So much content, so much happening in the world of sports and beyond. 97.3 The Fan. I'm Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl again. That's Ben Higgins, your friendly neighborhood sports anchor. Again. Morning, Benjamin.
Starting to feel not quite as friendly in the fifth hour here.
Good afternoon. Yeah, not Ben Lively anymore. Ben
No.
Brown. He's Ben Brown in here. What was the one you said, Ben?
Lethargic.
I'm joined by Paul Reindl and Ben Lethargic.
Ben Sleepy. Ben
Sleepy
Lively
Ben.
and Ben Sleepy.
I hit the
Well,
wall.
this is the first week that I've switched my schedule. So
Yes.
usually we get through the show on Friday and I can zonk out the rest of the day.
Right.
It's like, and then my weekend is underway, but not today.
No.
I'm going to do one more day of work at Channel 10 because I started on Sunday,
Right.
but then the switch of the schedule. So now I'm Monday to Friday. But then tonight I'm off for the weekend.
Carlos says you guys have been spending a lot of time together. Yeah, it's starting to show.
Too
It
much.
is. Too much time together.
We had all the
Absolutely.
shows this week, show on Saturday last week.
All the opening day stuff. Yeah.
Live broadcasts. It's been a lot.
It's been a
Been a
lot.
lot.
Yeah. Kind of tired of you guys too. I get it.
Round table.
I get to spend a doubleheader with Woodsy on Sunday.
That's true. Paulie and I will spend an entire
Oh.
Sunday playing baseball.
Brandon's
together.
got a good idea. He says, I think we need Ben's likes during the last segment.
It has been a while
How
since
about
we
flubs, likes, and flubs again?
Well, I was actually thinking we got about 14 minutes left of the Ben and Woods experience today. And if only there was a song that you could play for the entirety of the break.
I don't have any songs that are 14 minutes. We do have one song that's actually 16 minutes and 54 seconds.
So we bleed a little bit over if we had to.
Yeah. Well, Bob Dylan.
President Kennedy was a riding high. Good day to be living and a good day to die. It led to the slaughter like a sacrificial lamb.
I can't do it.
I can do it.
I can't do
So
it.
I wasn't here the day you played this.
I can't do it.
Of course we do. We know who you are. Then they blew off his head while he was still in the car. Shut down like a dog in broad day.
That's got to be one of the worst lyrics of all time.
Oh, Azul 2020. You're right, buddy. No SDFC talk today. I actually had it in my notes to get to it. The hype is not over. I can't. I'm planning on watching the game tomorrow night.
Yeah,
I'm
let's-
fired up. I will say this: the preview of the game is you're going to get less coverage on the preview of the game than you will on the after the game happens. So
Tell
I'm
us what
excited
kind of
about that.
offense the Seattle Sounders run.
Actually, the SDFC is actually favored in this game, which is I don't know if that I'm surprised or not, but they're playing really, really good soccer.
Yeah, Seattle's gotten off to a slow start this year, and everyone seems very impressed. The soccer cognoscenti with how San Diego FC plays their games, the style that Mike Uvaris has implemented.
It's a lot like Mike Schilt's style.
Yeah,
very
it is.
aggressive.
It is. They're both attractive.
Yeah, of course.
Attractive forms of the game, attractive baseball, attractive soccer that San Diego FC plays. So, I think they have a new player. They signed Milan Alaski, who's an Escondido native and can come back and join the team. He spoke yesterday and talked about how many ticket requests and everything,
Yeah.
family and friends. I don't know if he's going to play, start, or how much time he's going to get, but you got a new player on the team. They're off to a 3-1-2 start. So 3 wins, 1 loss, 2 ties, which is 11 points in the standings. They're
Right.
currently 3rd in the Western Conference, and they can get 3 more points at home. That's 14 points. That's a
Pretty solid,
solid start on potential track to make the playoffs in their first season.
I'm excited, man. I mean, I'm really, really excited. Oh, and by the way, if you're listening right now, you do not need the MLS season pass to watch this week's game, says Carlos. I
Didn't know
have
that.
it because I spent the $79. But if you're listening right now and you want to give it a shot, we were talking about it in the dugout last week about how some of the guys on the team are getting into it a little bit more as well. I said, I'm frankly surprised at myself of how into it I am. But yeah, man, after a day tomorrow of, watching the Padres and doing whatever else we have to do around the house, throwing on the SDFC game at 7:30 is going to be very solid end to the day.
And, they got Chucky Lozano back at the end of the game
End of the
last
game.
week. Does that mean he'll be back in the starting lineup again? I guess we'll find out tomorrow night with what they decide. But, yeah, 7:30 kickoff at Snapdragon Stadium as they try to keep the early roll going.
All right, now back to Bob Dylan, A Murder Most Foul.
Is that what it's called? Because
Yes.
I wasn't here the day you played it. I remember distinctly being in the car I was going to Disneyland that day.
That's right.
We'll mock you and shock you, and we'll put it in your face.
Played the whole thing.
And
we did call Ben midway through.
You called me midway
Made it
through.
like 7 minutes.
Because I was very uncomfortable, as everyone was, trying to listen to the entire song, which is, you said, was ad-libbed, essentially.
I believe that's what I read.
By Bob Dylan.
That he just kind of winged it.
I got the description here on Apple Music. In March 2020, during the height of a global pandemic, Bob Dylan surprise released a 17-minute song story about a world-stopping historical event 2 generations prior, the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Yep.
Timing could not have been deliberate. Yeah, it's one of the worst things I've ever heard.
It's pretty bad.
I mean, most Bob Dylan songs are some of the worst things I've ever heard. When he's singing.
No, fine.
When he's singing.
The singing is. I tried to watch.
Has
by the way.
anyone
I
watched
tried.
The Complete Unknown, the movie?
tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried. It's not them. It's
Timothy Chalamet.
It's not them. It's me. It's me. I can't. I tried it 3 nights in a row. Fell asleep every single time, and I don't know. I don't know. I'll watch a lot of movies where I don't like Selena. I friggin' love Selena. I love that movie. I wasn't a big fan
So
of
sad.
Selena's music. Yeah, I mean, I loved them. It was a great movie, right? It was sad, but it was.
I think I just saw 30-year anniversary. It was just
Yeah,
like
man.
a few days ago.
She's that lady's up for parole or something soon. The
That's
the
what
killer.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was never a Selena fan, but I watched the movie and I liked it. I'm not the world's biggest Bob Dylan fan, but I tried to watch that movie and was like, I don't get it. I don't get
Who
the hype.
is the world's biggest Bob Dylan fan? I mean, you're not specifically, but what kind of person likes Bob Dylan?
I mean, I respect Bob Dylan.
Great songwriter.
Because you're supposed to.
Is that? Well, I mean, he's a great songwriter. He's a great songwriter. The Hurricane, Knocking on Heaven's Door. I mean, these are brilliant. So, Ladies are brilliant songs. The whole Blonde on Blonde album, those are great songs. They just don't sound. They just don't sound good in my ear when he sings it, right?
Yes.
This is my point.
Rainy Day Woman number whatever
35
it
is a great song.
It's not a great song.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
Everybody Must Get Stoned. It's great.
It's repetitive and.
Are you Ben Higgins in here
That's not a good
criticizing the
song.
songwriting of Bob
I am.
Dylan?
Yeah, it's not. It's not for me, obviously.
Obvious.
Yeah.
And I hear that song, and it drives me insane.
Rainy Day
Yes.
Women. Yeah. I mean, it's probably not for you. Blood on the Tracks. Yeah. He's great. He's a great songwriter, but I'm not going to get in my car today and listen to Blowing in the Wind.
Everybody must get stoned.
Say that.
They'll
Add that to
stone you when you.
Add that to the Ben Weed category. Loose cannabis and all of the other. We have to call a dispensary soon, Paulie, ASAP with all
Adam
of these
says,
drugs.
Ben, your favorite songs are repetitive. I can't deny that. I don't know why I don't like that one or really anything Bob Dylan in particular.
He's
Stay off the damn weed.
Is it something that you just have to say if you like music? Oh yeah, I love Bob.
That's
I
what
mean,
I think.
respect
I feel
him.
like
yes,
you're going for the cred by going, yeah, I really know music. I love Bob Dylan. And you have to be really erudite music listener to like Bob Dylan, because for the normal person like me, it's totally unapproachable. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And maybe I'm the problem. I'm a music heathen. I know I am.
Yeah. SC Jelly says my son is 19 and loves Bob Dylan. There you go. I mean, different strokes for Anthony. I love music. I hate Dylan. I did try to watch the movie. I didn't. I wasn't really sure of the where we were going with it. You know,
I'm
really
sure
didn't.
he
I bought
does a
it,
great
actually.
job
I bought it.
as Timothy Chalamet does. I'm sure he does a great job. If I'm not interested in the subject, I'm not going to watch.
All right, but see, I felt that way about Selena, and I loved the movie Selena, but I don't listen to Selena's music. But I thought it was a really good movie.
A good movie makes you interested about its subject,
It's a good
even
point.
if you weren't interested particularly going in.
Yeah.
Makes you care about the characters and the people.
The kid from The Bear, did he already do Bruce Springsteen, or is he about to do Bruce
He's
Springsteen?
about to do Bruce Springsteen.
Again, probably going to be great at it. I don't need 3 hours of a Bruce Springsteen
Biopic.
biopic.
I'll probably watch that one too, and I'll probably fall asleep in that one.
Unless they do a really good job and make you care
Maybe.
about Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah,
But then again, I guess when I was younger, I was like a teenager when Ray came out.
Yeah,
and
same, right?
I knew Ray Charles' music, but I wasn't like a big fan. I wasn't, on the bus to middle school listening to any Ray Charles. But I watched that movie, and it was one of the best biopics I've ever seen.
It's incredible.
I don't like Springsteen really either at all, except for I'm on Fire.
Yeah, because it's a pervert song, and you're a giant pervert.
Do love that one.
Yeah, I know you do, because it's very. Is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone?
The only Springsteen song I like. I don't even like Dancing in the Dark.
I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire.
It's the one I like.
Tell me now, baby, is it good to you? It's so effing creepy, Ben.
I do
It's
like
so
creepy
perverted.
songs. I do like creepy songs.
Yeah, Father Figure, I'm on Fire, all the perv songs. You should be investigated if you like I'm on Fire by Bruce Springsteen. That's why.
My name is Luca.
My name is Luca. Very creepy song. God, you are such a deviant. Such a deviant. I knew you were going to say I'm on Fire. It is, it's like it makes my skin crawl when I hear it. Does he do to you the things that I won't do?
What the hell?
It's so weird. I like Nebraska. That's a good Bruce Springsteen album. It's more country tinged, acoustic. But it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. David J says you got to bring on Kraig Calcaterra to discuss the Dylan phenomenon.
Is he pro or con?
My guess is that he's pro.
Maybe.
He's also very contrarian.
Contrarian.
Yeah, so he may be anti. Anyway, Padres are playing in about an hour. That's almost it for us.
We're getting close.
Getting close.
Everybody must get stoned.
It's better than I remember.
You play that with loose cannabis. And all
Everybody must get stoned. Ganja, aka cannabis. No, Willie, still no updates on the safe. I don't know when it's scheduled. They are going to open it, and I will let everybody know when the safe at my grandparents' house gets opened and what is or is not in the safe.
Thank you.
Loose cannabis.
Thank you so much for that latest edition in extra time.
Everybody must get stoned. I feel like there should be an extra time exemption. You can't take drops.
Oh, absolutely.
Out of a segment that is not even in our show.
100%.
Technically, this is great in the show right now.
That's extra time, dude. A goal scored in extra time is still a goal.
Pretty sure he would be talking about the same thing if he was here.
Guaranteed. He would be talking about Bob Dylan. Well, thank you, everybody, for a great week. Very, very fun. No, it was not slowed down, Nick.
No.
That was I didn't touch it. He didn't touch it. He just clipped it.
Everybody must get stoned. What, did I not get it right? I got it pretty much right.
No, you absolutely nailed it. It's just so good. So good. Padres on in an hour. Oh my gosh.
Everybody must get stoned. That is slowed down. 10, 9, 8, 7.
That was great.
6, 5.
It's more like another minute.
I thought
there's
we were
no
I thought you
way.
hit the music in 10 seconds.
I said 14 something. 10, 14 something.
Dying here.
Made my day.
Dying here. The
Made
fifth,
my day.
The fifth hour is the hardest hour.
Wait till we do our 28-hour show. You're really going to enjoy that.
Oh, wow.
I also have this from Ben. We've just added, Ben's got multiple top seeds in the 2026 tournament of drops.
Manny is well endowed.
Oh my God. What a day.
That was actually about his rump, not his groin. Loose cannabis. I agree 100% with Scott Boras.
He always gets mad when we take things out of context. That's not actually
None of those were out of context.
None of those.
Not a single one of those.
Not out of context. Those were actually accurate.
Oh, that's great. Have a good week.
Is that the show over? I thought the show was over right now.
There's the music.
Oh,
there's your damn music.
All right. Everybody have a really good weekend. We will come back Monday, wrap up the series against the Cubs. Padres will be heading to Sacramento, take on the Athletics on Monday. Sam Levitt is standing by with your Eco Water SoCal Padres pregame show. For executive producer Paul Reindl and Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins. Have a great rest of your Friday from all of us here at San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. So long, everybody.